Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is, but Jeet... He has to
Not
take
this
it!
time!
Oh!
Getting a little bit of feistiness.
And what's the shot? Reason!
The side beside it one more.
Oh!
Scary! But San don't care! San wants more!
Oh, he's walking at both steps. Vera picking up 3!
I'll do this. Oh. Looks weird. Oh. Bucket. Where's the bucket, bruh? There's no bucket. Okay, man.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia and Singapore split number 2, and today is the final, well, not really final day, is it final day?
Final day of group stages.
Yeah, that's the right word. Final day of group stages, and it's gonna be my final day on this desk as well, alongside
Viper as well.
Viper.
Yeah, this is Taj Bunny, right? If you really don't already know, how long have we been on the same desk together for the Challenger series
Exactly.
of VCT MY?
Exactly, and this would not be possible without our partners. We have One Esports as well as Astro Arena, and of course TGC, the TO behind it all. I'm sure you guys know who the lady behind it is.
Oh man, no, if you don't know the gaming company, what are you doing, right?
Exactly.
And of course, shout out Riot Games, making VCT possible for the past 3 years in the MYSG region.
Exactly, and speaking of that, before we go into the final day of the group stages, let's have a look for one final time how the format is gonna go.
Welcome back to Split 2 of the VCT Challengers MYSG. We hope you enjoyed all the games for Split 1, and we are here to give you a quick rundown on what's happening next. Here we have the final standings for Split 1 VCL. Of the 8 teams, the top 6 teams will move on directly to Split 2 VCL, and the bottom 2 teams will face off against the top 2 teams from the Split 2 Challengers qualifier in the promotion relegation bracket. These 4 teams will face off in a 4-team GSL bracket, 1 slot taken from the upper bracket finals, and 1 slot from the lower bracket finals to qualify into the Split 2 VCL. This bracket features best of 3s for all matches other than the decider matches, which would be a best of 5s. Once we've gotten our 8 teams for Split 2 VCL, teams will go through a grueling series of best of 3 matches across a span of 14 days. The top 6 teams will qualify to the Challengers playoffs to fight for the top spot and a chance to compete in the Ascension tournament. The Ascension tournament will feature the top teams from the Asia Pacific region. The winner of the Ascension tournament will qualify for the 2024 and 2025 International League. Without further ado, let's head back to the main show.
But you know what's at stake? You know the teams are here to absolutely battle it out with their hearts. So Ascension nearing in already. We already mentioned that the playoffs is going to come after 2 weeks. Once it is all over, you will know who will be the 2 teams that will actually be eliminated from the round robins.
This is going to be really interesting as some teams, we already know some who are already pretty much qualified.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know Koldan, he has been making a contextualized list over on Twitter. If you guys haven't seen it, go and check it out. If you want to see which team do you think is going to make it and which one is at risk. So today, you're going to see one of the at-risk teams playing, or at least 2 rather. And let's have a look at the standings to see what is going on. And speaking of that, our first series of the day, we're going to see Todak. And actually, Todak, TeoTeoTeo, Bikini, bottom Pratahouse, I believe, are the 3 teams that are currently at risk to go. If you guys didn't know, the top 6 will be moving forward. So it means either Todak, TeoTeoTeo, or Bikini bottom will be fighting for their life to see who exactly will be going up to the next stage and who will be going home.
Long story short, the top 4 is, well, top 4. They will go through. We just need to find the final 2 teams that is joining them. But if you can see, the complications start when there could be a potential 3-way tie between TeoTeoTeo, Todak, and Bikini bottom.
What happens when there's a tie?
There is a tiebreaker metric. I'm not even going to dive into it right now.
It's actually kind of scary when you talk about a tiebreaker because it's a lot of energy, it's a lot of mental fortitude for everyone involved. And speaking of that, I think that yesterday was the most iconic days because yesterday it shows which team, at least the first series of the day, shows which team took the top spot, and it was Bleed and Enigma. And it was honestly my most anticipated match yesterday because we wanted to see between these 2 undefeated teams who will come out on top. And yesterday was so interesting. Not yesterday, sorry, the day before yesterday. Yesterday.
The thing is that, of course, the 2 biggest titans in MYSG, when they duked it up because they were undefeated, right?
Yeah.
But when the moment they played, they already confirmed, like because they were holding that top spot with 0 losses.
Exactly.
So they will qualify, but the ones that were in danger was X10 Esports, believe it or not. We didn't know if they were going to play or if they lost against LVR. If they lost.
That was actually interesting how close it was on that first map.
Game,
And speaking of that, LVR, it's a very interesting run for LVR, I have to say, coming into the league with a whole new roster so last minute, put together by Reverie, the only member left from the team that was so insane from last split, coming into the scene with some veterans, some new players coming, and I think that it's very interesting to see how these players held out with such little time for preparation.
I mean, it gave them a taste of the big stage, right? So of course these players do not go home empty-handed.
No.
But we're gonna give a shout out to Reverie once again. I think I saw his tweet, right? Like
he was
retiring.
He's retiring for now. I mean, sometimes I would say for now because I was just telling him how I really wanted to see more of him in the future. But enough about that because now we're gonna see our first of the day, Kizuna and Todak. Kizuna, a team that's already qualified pretty much, and now we also have Todak. Todak is the only Malaysian team to have made it into VCT MYSG. And if you didn't know, these players are also from Todak, are representing Malaysia for the SEA Games, 32nd SEA Games soon. So I'm really curious, especially where are they playing from and how it's gonna go. Because I saw them just tweet out that they were actually on flight or getting ready to fly to Cambodia.
Let's just take a look at their webcams and see the backgrounds where they are. You know, in all hindsight, they could be flying on a private jet and actually live streaming from there.
I don't know. That would be kind of dope. But let's have a look at the lineup here. If you guys were not following the Todak news, we do have a change in their lineup. As Aduka moves to India, we have a brand new Sentinel / duelist, I believe, and it's going to be Zeke. Zeke actually played the other day in their last match, and we saw his performance. It was pretty insane. A very statement play. It wasn't the win that we wanted to see, well, at least from us as a Malaysia, Singapore, as a Malaysia, caster, but it was definitely a very strong one. And I think that if they maintain this, I would say this roster going into next year or next split or next tournament, I think it's going to be a very solid one.
Yeah, so shout out to Aduka who has served Todak for so long, right? And then I've never seen Zeke perform yet in Todak per se, but if you find a good fit, who knows, it might be a brand new start for Todak in general. But you got to know, Zeke came from another prominent team, which is Kingsman.
I was about to say that. So if you guys have been following the Malaysia scene from the beginning, unfortunately, I only managed to see a little bit of Kingsman, and Kingsman now has been disbanded as of last year, and they have separated into different teams. And honestly, it makes me so happy to see the players actually move into different teams in such different roles. But let's have a look at Kizuna, also a team that was only made during Split 1. They had a reshuffle earlier in the beginning of Split 2, picking up Shinsei, picking up Bryce, and I have to say, it's the buff that they needed.
Not just a buff, but it felt like the Lego pieces came together and built the perfect structure, right? Like they came out of the relegation stage and ended up like, when it was yesterday, they were top 3. Before X10 actually took the W, right? So I was just so impressed. They were the Cinderella story for me, actually. So, and now we know that they already qualified. They're just here for the show match. So now the only one in danger is going to be Todak for sure.
Yes, and I think for Todak, they really want to make it. They want to bring the Malaysian flag, but Kizuna is definitely going to be the gatekeeper that might stop them. Now, if you guys also remember, there is a Malaysian player in Kizuna. It's Riza, also from Kingsman.
Kingsman.
Riza is potentially meeting up with his ex-teammate.
That's right. So
I wonder how he feels about this.
Well, if you call it MYSG as like a coalition of all players, it doesn't matter like where they hail from because you're playing it as an online tournament.
Yes.
It's only about finding the teamwork, the communication. And I remember talking to Flaring about this, and he said he picked up Riza. As she choked, give her like 2 seconds.
I'm good. So I was gonna say that you're best friends with Flaring now.
No. I just said I spoke to Flaring just once. Okay, just
I'm
once.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Wanted to know what his thoughts were when he picked up Riza, and he said that he had his eyes on Riza since like the past like Kingsman days.
Right.
And I said this is such an amazing pickup because every time when you see Riza's camp, it's his show.
It is. Now let's have a look at the not ADCs. Wrong game. I was playing a lot of League of Legends. I'm sorry recently. Let's talk a little bit about the 2 duelists here. It's going to be Frosties as well as Shinsei. Now, Frosties is a new addition as well. No, not the newest, but quite recent to Todak. And he has replaced Click, replacing Aduka as well as the main duelist. And if you see how he plays, he prominently goes for the Raze, the Jet, the Neon. I think he is the most goated Neon in this tournament, in my opinion. His movement is insane. But now when you look at Shinsei, though, I mean, ACS speaks a lot about a story. His numbers are a little bit more higher in terms of headshot percentage and ACS. But Shinsei was the player that was farming 30 bomb per game in split number 1. Now, coming into split number 2, it is definitely different when you see Shinsei play on this team, at least Kizuna, because the way he plays, I would say it's not as aggressive as before, but is showing that that Mark, the coach for Kizuna, has something in mind on how exactly he wants Shinsei, or the pacing on what Shinsei has to go.
We want duelists like this to really pop off. Now, you saw it when we're comparing Frosties in general.
Yeah.
Of course, ACS is lower, but when you see him play with his team, like he has a statement to make. Like, he's still in land those shots. But the thing is that Shinsei is on another level in a way that he can get himself into places with minimal help of his team.
Yes.
And, very risky plays. Sometimes he's super punished, but most of the time it pays off.
Yes.
So his risk to reward ratio is super high, and it benefits their play style a lot for Kizuna.
I was literally just saying this the other day about duelists in general, because a lot of conversations are happening about duelists that are not top fragging, and I have to agree, you don't really need duelists who top frag, because their job is to take up space and let his teammate get in. Doesn't matter whether they got picked. If they get picked, great. If not, they've done a job. But we want to talk about players and go above and beyond for their team, and I think that that's the difference between Frosties as well as Shinsei, is that Shinsei's survivability is definitely higher. And looking at this map here for Todak, Ascent, Haven, Lotus, and as well, it means that it shows that every single map has been played, but Ascent is what they've played most. But it's actually quite insane how Haven they've played is 100% win rate.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other maps in general, just because like you see Todak on the scoreboard, they're on 3 right now. I believe, or 3 or 2. So the thing is that they were suffering in terms of putting points on the board. It's just that it's not like they can't take rounds. They can't close it sometimes. So I don't doubt that Haven would most likely be banned out by Kizuna if they know what's going on.
I think Kizuna does pretty well on Haven. I don't think it's a map they have to really worry about. We've seen Todak play Ascent just the other day, and I think Ascent has been what Todak has been picking regardless. But it isn't necessarily the map they found most success in.
You know what's funny? Like, I'm so sick of Pearl. Just as what you said yesterday on your own stream, I'm so tired of seeing Pro being staple right now. It's a new world, you know? All the new Valorant maps are now comfort maps when we used to avoid them like a plague in the past. But now let's take a look at Kizuna's lineups for the map choices. Obviously, better showing than Todak just because they are top 4 right now. And there's a lot of options to choose from if Todak even wants to take a map away from them.
Exactly. I think that what's great about Kizuna is the fact that when you give them maps like Pearl or Ascent, they are a team that's always so, I would say, proactive in terms of taking up space and holding that space.
Yeah.
We have really good lurks by Bryce. We have really aggressive plays by Shinsei. And when it comes to the lurking as well as making sure that team gets pincered, this is what really Todak has to worry about. And on top of that, we remember how Kizuna played against X10 2-0. And I think one of the biggest things that I think X10 was worried about was Bryce flanks. And that is what exactly we talk about conditioning in video games. Bryce is so good at conditioning to the point that you're like, we have to watch our flanks. But when you have one person watching flank, you're outnumbered when it comes to getting the site.
So that's the thing about having split plays. Most of the time, if you're bomb rushing one spot, it's so easy for the enemy to do a counter play. So having a lurker, having like a split default play before committing to one spot is so important. Sound cues is everything. And for a map, for example, if we ever get to Pro, which we saw abundance of yesterday, it's so big. You need like enough sentinels to hold down these choke points before you get the information. Maybe a B push, B long most of the time. So anyway, we see here straight up off the bat. Look at that. I say the Haven ban, just come up straight.
I am very disappointed in this bind ban because like if you saw yesterday, X10 did choose bind, and I think because they were already very comfortable in the map as well as who they're against, they're okay with picking that. It gave them a little bit of space or the confidence to play or try out new things. And if we saw they play, they already had lineups. But enough about that because we're gonna see Todak again with Ascent. This is all the staple picks at this point. I wouldn't be surprised it's gonna be a Lotus Decider map. And Todak, I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised that Todak is banning Fracture because if you remember in Split 1 and the beginning of the split, Fracture was picked. But if you remember again, Todak was getting out-stratted or counter-stratted over and over again because they were doing the same thing over and over on that map. It was to the point that they were getting microscoped.
Microscope is correct. But yeah, I think Lotus Decider would be good. I don't even doubt that this might go all 3 maps, just knowing how they will play here. I agree.
Kizuna and Todak are the 2 teams that tend to go 3 maps.
They tend to go head-to-head strong. So if you were to ask me for predictions, I can't even give you an answer. But my answer will definitely be 2-1 in favor, hopefully, of the viewers out there. I know you want to show. This is the last day of group stages as well.
I'm looking at him because
you think I'm going to say a team? Nah,
I wanted to see the bias casting.
Baited.
Regardless, it's so hard for me to really pick a team. I think MYSG community as well as players are very tight-knit and everyone is friends. It's honestly with the casters as well. Honestly, it's so really hard for us to really make a biased sort of opinion because we know how each player plays. And sometimes there are situations like, when we make map predictions, right?
And that's the difference between predictions and like support.
Yes.
Some people think like, oh, we're just making a prediction means we're like, oh, we were not supporting the other team. No, that's not true. It's just like sometimes based on statistics, that
it's
is
all
the
about
reality.
Patterns, honestly, at this point.
Facts over feelings.
Yeah,
like, you gotta look and see what the agent selects are in terms of the. Let's see. You know, when it comes to Ascent, right? I keep arguing. There is enough variations to keep the map interesting, but whenever it comes to like let's say Frosty, you realize that he's given up the neon role and taken on to his jet.
Oh yeah, I just realized that. I mean, for Frosties, I think it's very map situational. I think we only really see him run Neon. I've only seen him run it on Fracture. I've seen him run it on Pearl, but after that he switched, I believe. So...
You know who was another Neon lover?
Who?
Farah.
Oh yeah,
and he swapped that out from Pearl yesterday.
Yeah.
He never picked it no more.
Exactly. It's making me so sad. Farah, why would you do this to me? I'm just kidding. Coming back.
Gecko meta, by the way.
Gecko mecha. I really like seeing that Gecko picked out yesterday as well. Like it's showing a whole different way of play as well. So it's a lot of variance. But looking at this team here, it looks like it is a mirror match.
It's a mirror.
I mean, when you look at across the board, I think I told this to Elle a few days ago as well. Is like Ascent is a map that requires a particular set of agents to play. And I remember only MYSG had a different agent pool, which was like everyone's the same, except instead of Omen, it was Astra. But now everyone went to Omen again. And honestly, I'm not surprised because Omen has a lot of repositioning potential, a lot of outplays. And I think that's the reason why people choose that over Astra. Astra definitely is a lot more team play and a lot of calling out whether or not I'm about to do this ability. Can you follow up with that ability?
Not just that, by the way, Astra can't do one-ways.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
the
too.
thing.
You
So-
can't do the one-ways.
So
yes.
Omen with one-ways, that's why we see a lot of them in Lotus as well. Usually when I
yeah.
think that Astra is so good on Lotus. But I see that people opt for the Omen a little bit more. And it makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. So here, I'd like to commence you, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 of the last day of group stages. This is Todak and Kizuna. Literally, it's the one that's holding on for dear life right now is Todak in order to try to prevent a 3-way tie at the bottom with TeoTeoTeo and Bikini bottom Pratahouse.
This is where we want to see whether or not Todak can be or can lead Malaysia as one of the only Malaysian teams, as the only Malaysian team into Ascension. If they can, it's going to be Bryce with aggression 2 already onto the mid side. Love this aggressive play on defense. And that's exactly what we talked about in terms of conditioning.
2 for 0 trade is just absolutely amazing right now for Kizuna. And the best part is they were unscathed.
No.
No damage done. How they got sight at least
Look
for
at where
Todak to
Zeke
get one
is.
plant.
Already take up space near market. He already knows that Bryce is going to be there. Flaring takes him out. Gives him a lot of space for Bryce to work. And look at how fast they just completely get mowed down. What a pistol round for Kizuna.
Starts off hot with mid. Usually that is the token play for a lot of teams. When you're on the pistol, if you're on Haven, you push B. If you're on other maps, you know, sometimes Icebox. Even some people actually push mid to kitchen. So I just don't doubt that they had a good coordination going on with the Bryce to the double peak. And got lucky with 2 people out in mid.
I think it's also, it's just, you have to remember, like, Kizuna tends to have really good reads on the first few rounds. Because if you remember properly, Todak likes to do like these early rushes and it catches people off guard on the site itself. But what Kizuna did was like, okay, let's try and go for the flank. Because I think what the idea was to give Bryce space to go and flank and they didn't realize to be there. It's like, great, we were trying to do something else, but this works out anyway.
Oh, if Kizuna can hold down now with the anti-eco weaponry, the best part for Todak is they can even get on a side for a plant. They do need those creds though, let's be real.
They do, but this is also the round where they don't necessarily have to win. But in my mind, for round number 2, if you don't win the first round, what you can do is take away as many guns as possible to make your bonus a little bit more easy. This aggressive push from Shinsei, gonna be toward Cat. Gets those. I'm surprised at Shinsei's ability to whittle him down. Kale, very open position, has to be careful. His trades are not ready for the trade, and that was exactly what I was worried about.
Yeah, you see Shinsei's head nodding in approval. He was dodging those sheriff headshots. You look at his movements, it's like he's want to peek up but backs off. That's how you know that someone's actually holding catwalk. But throughout all of those, it's only still 1 kill. But if you look at the rest of Todak members, they are absolutely on the brink of death.
Yeah, they are. And it's really scary because we have to remember that each area of this map is like a puzzle piece. And Todak is not able to take a single area away from Kizuna at all. Shinsei with the spray gets out 1 more. It's Zeke out of the way. It's going to be so hard to hold. Flash comes out. Thankfully, no follow-up. A nice little positioning by G. But Shinsei for the backside and Riza as well. Makes it a great flawless for them.
You're terrible.
That was great utility staggering, by the way. But not sure if you noticed like the flash that came after the fragment that came down, so they noticed that there's at least 2 more members up there on catwalk. So, and they know the timer was already ticking now. It's either in or not. They already lost 2 members anyway, so
It's true.
give it a try. It could have been an ace, but stolen.
No, bro, go back. I want to see the lineup. Such a lineup,
Wait,
Larry.
who's lining up?
We saw Bryce doing lineups.
Gross.
Whoa.
Please check yourself, Bryce.
Whoa.
That's my face. You see that penguin there? That's my face. If I have like, my death cam, if
Yeah.
I'm on someone and all I see is like him looking at the sky,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, look at
You better
this.
recognize. Ooh.
This is confidence. And Shinsei runs forward. And this is also understanding the spray potential as well as the range that you can get by playing that Spectre. And Todak has to move away from B lobby. He can't do anything. Rushes onto the site. And this is where we get to see the potential of the retake come through here by Kizuna. The sprays.
The idea
from
to push
Riza.
in is correct, by the way, because they know that a couple of people pushed out B, they heard it, right? So now being able to put on site now is good, but they had to remember they're going up against Rifle, so Kizuna has to take this tactically.
And this is where things get kind of complicated. And there's a lot of time for Todak to reposition and hold. Look at the lineups coming through here. We always talk about set plays, but
This has happened. This has happened.
I saw that on VCT and the sprays come out. Kale for one, Riza for one more, Kale and Subi as well. I would say that this is a great round win, a great bonus, but they lost 3 of their rifles.
We're gonna win.
Can we
No
just
other
talk about
option.
that fragment again? The one,
Yeah, I was about to say that. That was a Carmine Corpse round.
yeah, that's straight up Current Corp. You know why? Because if you guys don't know the story, like the fragment landed there and it prompted, I forgot who's his name, to look up there.
And then he died.
Someone pushes him to shot and kill him. He was
If-
distracted by how bad the fragment was.
Yeah, all I can say is go watch Plat Chat. You can see Sideshow talk about it.
It's Sideshow.
It's Sideshow talk about
Oh
it,
my
and I completely lost it.
Oh, by the way, I saw that clip through your channel, by the way. That's how I found it.
Oh yeah.
It
Speaking
was
of that,
hilarious.
flaring will be spotted out here, but no reposition just yet, and both teams on a reset. Nice little, I would say teleport play just to give him a little bit more space.
Just to think that teleport might be a fake to teleport up there.
Yeah.
It might actually prompted some firing shots, but no commitments. They're keeping their distance. They gotta remember that Shinsei has an operator. But this push for sure, leaving only Zeke to hold the flank to see if anyone pushing up at B. Their A hits have been, you know, mildly successful most of the time, so I don't doubt that they're trying to rinse this strat.
Oh, look at that flash come through, and Kimi has to move away, but he's okay with holding. But despite all these utils, there has not been a commit by Todak just yet. Might be a little bit too late. Kizuna still very much healthy with the utilities. Flaring Shinsei for one. Sube does trade back and answer for one more before Shinsei
Spike down A.
finds Jeed. Sube already on a site. We've seen him do some really insane plays. I was just talking about the Bulldog play that he did last week. But this time around, he has a rifle.
Enemy
Spots out Shinsei. Huge.
30 seconds
Guardian
left.
hit toward Bryce as well by Zeke. There's only Riza to worry about. But look at what's in his hand.
Look who's shuffling through
It's
it.
the Odin.
The god himself.
Yeah. He has the lineups. He has the utils. Riza has his eyes and immediately Sube flicks.
Oh,
And
my-
that's the downside of holding with the Odin. You have to be ready for the pre-fire. The rate of fire is a little bit more slow.
You know what's hilarious? Like Riza was actually training his crosshair at triple. That's where he actually was. But he saw, was that Frosty? I don't remember. Like, he just swung out.
That was
that's
Sube.
Sube, right? Dude, he's leading the kill feed.
Sube on this map in particular has been phenomenal, which is why I started the meme of him and his Haram buff
Oh, yeah,
with
'cause
the
it's the Bulldog.
Yes, but this time around it's just showing us that Haram buff or not, whatever gun he has in hand, he can excel on this map.
Can I just talk about, I made a mistake that I thought Frosty was on a jet, but no, it's Kale.
Yeah, they kind of change it up a little bit, and it's very
Okay.
cool
Down A.
because it shows that the team is willing to change or play a different way.
Yeah.
A very flex situation for the team.
I think I know why, because with the introduction of Zeke here, they had to move some of these roles around, so I
Yeah.
feel like they try to give Zeke the most comfortable spot if he could.
Look at flaring. He just teleports away as the dart hits.
Yep.
So he wasn't going to be found by Frosty's ultimate.
Frosty's even waited just in time, but the thing is that it just missed him by like
Just a
an inch,
little bit, just
an inch.
timing. And see, there is, I think, you can tell from the webcam, they're playing from the hotels that they are in Cambodia. But look at Kale coming through. He does take a little bit of damage and flaring with the swing. His teammate is ready to supplement. Riza for 2, just with the Sheriff and Kimi as well. What a thrifty. And this is why I talk about residence in EU as well. Because sometimes in thrifty rounds, or most times rather in EU, it's all about the pure aim.
If you watched yesterday's games, like there were a couple of thrifties with those Sheriff hitting heads. Guess who? By Bleed Esports. You know, you definitely can't disrespect these guns coming through here, but it's just close games, both rounds. When I really predict that this can go all 3 maps if the tug of war remains. Like so far, I've not seen a single team lead by a huge margin. Like let's say talk about the 2 rounds, huge economy imbalance. No, I still think they're all really good right now. It's just Todak unfortunately lost that round. Could swap in for next if Kizuna makes it a 4-2. But that's all the lead that they can give Kizuna. One more point, they will be on a high deficit.
Oh yeah, but it's honestly quite surprising given the fact that this map is very defender-sided. Sprays are out for now. Kale trades, very big opening, but coming for that very defender-sided map, but Todak is holding pretty well on their own.
Todak are big boys, trust me on this.
Oh,
they got
what a
side.
shot! And straight to Bryce, he clears that out. honestly a really good read. He pushes out, gets a nice little upgrade for himself. Gives him a little bit of advantage, flaring and holding down the line so very well. And that is an Omen. 9 HP is impression, cannot go for the reposition. Kale will take him out, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, damage is done by flaring. Straight up, this man, if they win, it's definitely MVP for flaring on that part. Asube, I don't think his position is compromised just yet. He really wants to play down there and catch. He knows. Wants heaven at least. But unfortunately, Shinsei is faster with the double pick up. That's a 360 by the way by Shinsei. Mad disrespect. He pushes forward a shorty to finish it off. I don't know if you guys caught it, but that's a 360.
If we could get a replay, that would be super dope, but honestly, it's Shinsei. One of his favorite things to do is styling on his enemies, and I think that works out very well with his personality.
Styling comes with confidence, and with the confidence to deliver, and that's exactly how the round turned out. Exactly, I mentioned that 4-2. This is not a thrifty that Todak can replicate out of Kizuna earlier. Now, this is where it's danger zone now for Todak. They had to realize if they can't convene here, they need to call this timeout. This is the most crucial round for them right now.
But Todak has never been known for those early timeouts. And sometimes when they do timeouts, I just get a little bit concerned. Might be a little bit too late, no? There's so much damage done to your economy. How many rounds in a row you have to catch up with? But perhaps this might be a whole different story. When it comes to artillery here, Todak, not all of them is running full shields. And look at how they're changing up the pace. How earlier they're going a little bit more fast. They seem to be a little bit more, what's the word? They have an idea where to go. But this time around, they want to go for the mid area. And Shinsei has seen it. He's just waiting. And I think Kale, he smelled him. And he's like, okay, I think I better back off.
You know what smelled him? His feet.
Oh, no.
You know feet can smell and nose can run.
Yes, and look at that, Kale. Ooh. He's playing a very dangerous game here. And I am concerned. But Shinsei is doing a very good job of not showing himself at all.
Sova behind there just bunny hopping.
I don't even know, man.
He was trying to hop up for his shock dart. What's going on? They're playing down his timer for sure. Yeah, we got the Hunter's Fury on Ritza to hold down a plan, potentially even delaying it if they really play down to the wire. Todak needs to know what's at stake. Timing is an issue.
And I think that when you play... Exactly, this is exactly what I was talking about. When you want to play for time, you have to be really quiet, and they were already found out. Still quiet, but Kale successfully gets on the side. Unfortunately, Bryce did not allow his teammate to follow through. You also see the null command to come out as well. Bryce with the whole suppress, not able to do anything. Riza answers, finds Frosties with his ultimate. Kimi for one more. Nice little trade from both ends, and this is where it's going severely downhill for Todak.
Oh man, it wasn't even a trade. That was straight up a flawless one from Kizuna. That 1-2 tag team up at CT helped a lot. I feel like they didn't check lane too much. Yes, we got Kale try to go in, take control of the switch, of course, but the thing that the team's following in, there's nothing else to clear lane, and he just lost a team member just like this.
Yeah, and you really want to have Zeke surviving toward the post plant as well for the hold. But the problem is, I think because there was a little bit of a disconnect, Kale coming through, going for aggression, and I think what Zeke wanted to do was to make sure his teammate remained alive, so there was no one to supplement or look at lane.
That's the confusing part because Supe had a null command. Like, why not just pop it in conjunction with going in?
Usually you would have the KO run in first.
Exactly, but it was Kale in, followed in by Zeke. So Zeke is like Leroy Jenkins, but then he's paid with his life.
Oh yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah, it's just a very unfortunate situation, but...
Two ultimates used, by the way, gotta remember that.
Exactly, and on top of that, you really gotta give it to Kizuna. Their reads have been phenomenal, just like this. Shinsei had his eyes on main, on tiles actually, but he made sure to look just to the right, the timing. It's just so insane. But look at his push.
Lord there, who comes in from behind that Ritza if you don't check it. He's done so much damage. I wish we got a POV of this main man. But it's only G. They have attempted B way too many times.
Oh, look at this.
On out. Can't even contest it. The Shinsei has gotten the body shots into G. I know it's an equal round. They took 2 members out on Kizuna, but 2 ain't enough at this point. If you look at the bank that's built up.
No, they really need to start chaining those rounds. And finally, the timeout comes out. So let's talk a little bit about Kizuna. I feel like there was a lot of microscope on Todak. But for Kizuna, I think for them, this is just like, this is all red. You have to really give it to them. Their reads, their holds, their plays, very good discipline when it comes to rotations as well. They're not very quick on the rotations, but they're okay with leaving one person on the site. And because this is all confidence, look at how Flaring held A site. Look at how Bryce held A site. How many people did they take down before they were finally traded out is number one. And number two, when the rotate happens from Kizuna, they play together and then suddenly it's a massacre. And Todak cannot do anything because they lose 2 or 3 just when they hit the site.
The thing is that when Todak usually gets a frag or two, they immediately try to commit onto the advantage of the positioning, but I think that they overextend sometimes. And when I say overextend, they should take some time, hold out the angle a little longer, wait for utilities and clear it. Exactly. So the idea was correct, pushing into market, but that was a mass push because you know that CT is smoke. Someone could be hiding in there and playing off the sound cues of footsteps. So when you're running into site, for example, that was Ritza, he pushed out, got a free triple. So I feel like it's kind of a rudimental mistakes. You have to call it when you see it because these are not rounds that you can just hand over to Kizuna.
Yeah. But in this situation, again, their buys are just not matching at this point with Frosties as well as Jeet only on half shields, but they do have the ultimate, the lockdown on Zeke. They can go for a clear with the ultimate, or they can go for that post-plant situation to buy time. Regardless, it's the same lineup over and over again. They get that read, they get that recon. But what do they do with this information is the question, and this time around it looks so good because Kale managed to get the read onto Shinsei and they punish him from it.
Okay, if there's any time right now to take control of Treat, this will be it. And so does the lockdown, having to push them all the way back towards the CT side and of course A Heaven if anything. But is it enough for them to push out? This is a preemptive paranoia by Flaring. It's out. I think the flash, he flashes his own teammate. It's Frosties, I think. No, that was actually Kimmy.
It was actually Kimmy.
That's Kimmy.
It's just so unfortunate because it wasn't aware, but it's so huge by Jeet. Nice little pop. Gets another person out of the way, clears out Hell, gives him a little bit more breathing room to spray, and that'll be Riza with the Odin, just showing us how it's done.
I mean, Riza is always going to work with that, man, but
Exactly.
it's so massacre. It's a mess. Because of the massacres of the bodies of Kizuna dropping down, and Todak finally clutched a round that they needed after that pause.
Was so good for that round. Not sure what exactly was talked about, but sometimes you do need that breather. Round chains can be very detrimental to the team.
Just because it's, I mean, morale and
Morale,
tempo we're
exactly.
talking about. So what's the best thing to happen here now? Todak 6-6, you know, like if they can keep Kizuna on the leash, they take down 2 more rounds and Kizuna will be forced to go into like the 12th round in the eco maybe.
That's what I want to hope for, but
Yeah.
for Kizuna, they haven't had a timeout yet, that's number one.
Yeah.
And number two, they are a type of team that they have a lot of pages in their playbook. And speaking of that, we're turning to page number 2 once again as Shinsei just runs out forward, trying to go for the pincer, not allowing them onto the site. They get 2 just on A main. It's like being herded, sheep being herded into an area for the slaughter.
You know what the worst part was? They were so split. It felt like Todak should have gotten control of A, but he got Rita that's just ready to mow them down with his teammate. That's when you need it. The biggest fraggers of the team of Kimmy and Shinsei comes in and says hello, greets them. Oh my god, now it's gonna be another broken bye here for Todak.
It's so unfortunate because that was a set play by Kizuna. Even if Todak wanted to fight them for control of main, they were caught off guard. So they had no choice. They were blinded. They have to leave the area. And because of that, they were just kind of, it was kind of like, we're going to chase them for this area and you ulti.
Can I just explain?
That's nasty.
Like, for Kizuna, you know how many abilities they committed for that B defense push out?
Yeah.
And the best part was, in A in Catwalk, there was only one ability that was used to get a double kill. That was Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and
Value.
again, they're doing it again, but this time around not as aggressive. But with those utils out, it gives them all the information they need. Riza still holding down the line. Let's see if they can actually challenge
Recon
this.
dart.
But they know that because it's a broken buy, they can't really do anything. A jump shot, but Riza does not react just yet. They hear all of the sounds and Bryce sprays out. Zeke goes down, but Bryce for 2. Jeet gets 1 more. And this is a very nasty round. A 2-4-2, still winnable, but they do get some upgrades as well. Kimmy is there for the trade. And it's only 1 more to worry about. Sube, aware of the flank, protects his back. 1 on 2.
Yeah, protects his back, but the thing is, it's on 37 HP. A very messy trade up on B main here. And the thing is that now they know where he is, they can just play for back, right? That's why you can see Flaring playing up there on Cat. The moment he pushes out, he knows if they're trying to rotate, but
Yeah.
Kimmy just needs to train his crosshair onto lane. That's the only way he can cross.
And you already know where Sube is. And look at where the flank is coming from. It's already coming in from Garden, checking. They hear the shots and Kimi reacts. Just really shows Kizuna's read, the game sense is on a whole nother level. Just showing that
before the switch.
fundamentals of Malaysia's Singapore players are definitely up there.
Guys, how do you put the fun in fundamentals, eh?
Turret out.
Yeah, by just making sure a good plan comes together. It's a 12-step program, right? Guys, I'd like to inform you that Tash Bunny is folding like a lawn chair on the side.
Well, coming back into the game here, both teams with 3 ultimates.
Get out of my way.
And
the last round.
And the
by
last
way,
round as
of
well.
The first half.
8-3, maybe we'll see a 9-3 activate. We do hear the blades activate.
Cover going out.
And this time around,
Yeah.
despite the paranoia,
I don't care what you say, Todak has to win this round. They got 3 ultimates.
they do. But so does Kizuna. Kale with the blades. And this is very interesting because Kale is not usually the duelist. And Flaring takes him out. Now how do you take up space without an Asian that takes it out?
That is so...
Shots are out. Kimi takes up damage and he sprays through. And now Toda, so much pressure onto them with the Nulkaman as well. It's so hard for them to do anything.
Fundamentals? How would you peek when the smoke is not yet up on heaven, right?
Yeah, timing's just not there. And Shinsei will be taken out. The hole is great.
Yeah.
As Frosty's, unfortunately, his ultimate does not really get those picks. No tags as well. They're just still waiting for time with 39 seconds to go. Even if they were to rotate, Riza's timing is just a little better in this situation.
And the best part is he doesn't even need to commit to hold on the line. He knows there's enough of his teammates up on A side to receive Todak if they actually make this push. But it seems that Todak is relentless. He'll push in, get control of the switch, he won't push out for sure. This is the biggest blind of all. Coming out from... Oh, who's that? Kimi, yeah. Man, that blinded 3 people at least.
Switching sides.
And that's why I always see when it comes to Kizuna, their utility, the way they hold on to the utility, they take their time. They know they don't have to rush it. And it's honestly so smart because what Kizuna does is just wait for the utility to come through. And Toda, you have no clue. Do we want to commit here? Do we want to put all our utilities here? And if we go in, all Kizuna does is just counter back.
It's so hard to follow because it's so messy. You don't see a semblance of like a game plan together. They're just trying to rely on frags and timings. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
It's just like a hit.
It's something that me and I believe it was Mark was talking about as well when he came to my watch party. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being one-dimensional. There's nothing wrong with having a game plan. But sometimes when you're so rigid, that is going to be the problem because you're not able to adapt.
That's right.
And for Kizuna, they are literally the water right now. There's so many different variations of the same thing that they're doing. It's so hard to really get a read. Kale with the opening finds Riza. They know there's one on Sabrosa, but it doesn't really matter when it's going to be traded out by Shinsei. Jeet and Kale get one each. Shinsei and Flaring trade back. Flaring answers for one more. Shinsei and Frosties will be the final man standing.
Flaring is literally one damage.
Right. I couldn't see Flaring just now. It's 2-on-1. Frosties all alone here on A. He's trying to figure out where do I want to go, where do I want to do. And Frosty's just trying to go through. They hear the door and they're like, okay.
I like how Flaring actually committed the paranoia to clear out generator for his team. And that's an expensive ability to use on a gun, on a pistol round, right?
It really was, but it's more of like they understand they can get value and they understand that it enables his teammate. When Frosty's alone here, breaks the door, and immediately they react to that. That's a nice one-way smoke to come through. And they know that there's only one way he can come from, which is heaven. But eyes aren't trained just yet. That util tells them every single thing they need to know about this story that's about to unfold. Nice little try clear heaven.
Nice
But both of them is behind Generator. He gets one, but not enough for 2. Did he just flick out his knife for 1 second?
Possibly.
That would have been nasty if he actually got the knife at least.
He got that Flaring who was on 3 HP, that's okay. But do you really know that he's playing for bait? Or Shinsei, who's on a full health.
Yeah.
So, but you can't blame him that he's not only fighting the timer, so he needs to play it fast. And you saw his movement. It was actually good.
It really was.
When it comes to the 2 versus 1, you know, Kizuna really tries their best to not put themselves in a 1 versus 1 situation most of the time. You saw the massacre up there in mid. So many bodies. You said that there are many different states on how to approach a pistol round. And they choose a mid, which Kizuna somehow still comes out on top. You know, Todak still needs to find something that works for them. Now they've already switched out the sides. You know that your attacking didn't work out. So I want to see how you do on defense.
I think another thing is the fact that Kizuna's frag potentials, the multi-frags, the trades are just a little better than Todak's. we talk about aim duels, just still skirmishes. If we were to have like a sheet of percentages, I think Kizuna will come out on top.
But there's not many rounds left to spare. The margin of error for Todak continues to grow with Kizuna winning this anti-eco if that ever happens.
I think what's really a lot more, difficult is the fact that even if this was Todak's map pick, and it's also a defense-heavy map, they're not able to hold that space. They're just getting picked off one by one. It's hard for them to play together.
You know what? That's
Full control of mid.
You know why? There's also a Shinsei factor to be concerned about. Because usually when you require at least 2 agents to take a spot, Shinsei does it with 1 man. It's so demoralizing trying to go against him, and now with the rest of the team just enabling him right now. But the thing is, now Kizuna already got plant again. Look at Todak. It's 4 up on Heaven. It's a one-dimensional entry for a retake.
It's very, very heavy choke as well. Riza just sprays him out, flaring Shinsei as well. Very clean round. They only lose 1 because Shinsei was in the front line. They didn't even have to go aggressive. They understood that there was only one place they can come from, and that would be from Heaven.
Literally what I said, right? It's so one-dimensional. I called it, it's 4 right there. It's not like they're going in with a game plan just because they are on pistols, right? So when they hand it over to Kizuna, I'd said the margin of error grows. Now Todak needs to try to make at least 9 impeccable rounds to even try to equalize this. Because as long as Kizuna is not on match point, Todak will still stand a chance in terms of mental.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some teams really take 8 to 9 rounds in a row. It's not impossible. But one thing that I've seen about Kizuna from split 1 till now is that their mental definitely got a lot stronger. The opening by Jeet and Kimi does answer back. Nice little flash to come through and Sube clears out. No movement by Kizuna just yet, but will be using their utilities finally. Bryce playing inside of smoke, will spot out 1. Both have no clue where each other are. Bryce already on side. He kicks 1 out of the way. Sube does find Kimi, kill for 1 more. And now Bryce all alone in 1v3. The flash comes out. He wins it in the end.
No, but it's still 1 versus 2. Let's see if we can put on his numbers. Bryce, it is time to cook, my man. Now the issue is, the rest of Todak knows where he is. He's opting for the Sheriff for that long range, but still loses to a Vandal. That's the best round that Todak can ask for at this moment, but Bryce, midway, has to fall.
But you have to really give props to Kizuna for that round too. They picked off 3 of Todak's guns. And now round number 11, they're running out of options. Economy not the best, not matching buys as well, but perhaps the Haram buff for Sube might be their holy savior.
Here.
Put your hands together and pray, guys. Because Todak needs a miracle now for this type of climb. And Kizuna is showing so much promise since relegation stages when they came up here with Bikini bottom Pratahouse and showing that Kizuna has a fighting chance and show why they deserve to stay. But the thing now is we know that Kizuna has already qualified for top 6 in the playoffs. Todak tethering by a thread, along with 2 other teams to prevent the equalizer. I don't want to expect a clean sweep 2-0 here, but if we go on to the next map, as well as the 3rd map, that will be Lotus if we see it. You know, we want today to end with a bang, but Todak needs to step up. That's step number 1 here of the 12-step program.
It's just so hard when your plays are just being read like a book over and over. Nothing wrong with being very direct with how you play. A variation is the spice of life, and Emily Riza will be the one to open it up. Finds Frosties. Kizuna, Shinsei, so very low. Kimi trades back, giving a little bit of space to Shinsei. Does take up that space, keeping him alive for much longer. Flaring SL gets 1 more, and Riza shooting up toward Heaven. They only have to worry about Zeke, and it's a flawless Riza with 3 already in the pocket.
It looked like it just might be over. All 5 members still alive.
Point.
Plus creds for years. What do you make of this? You know, like Todak, little
Riza is farming. 23
he's
to 9. It's honestly so insane.
I just hailed him as one of like Malaysia Singapore region's top Sova players, and for freaking good reason.
I mean,
reason.
we saw him playing in Kingsman, and I remember I used to say like he was one of the best controllers and what do you call it, initiators that I've seen so far, and that consistency, the improvement we've seen from year to year is just massive.
But one player to really talk about is Flaring. He's keeping the team glued together despite being on the lowest scoreboard of the kill chart, I guess. We can see when he gets his impact kills, it's massive. The controller is so good. Kill himself. He gets 2. Makes it a triple. Can he make it a 4?
Spike down.
Zeke steals 1 for now, but that's damage. And that's a risk taken by Todak to keep themselves alive, and it is looking likely to pay off for 1 round.
Here.
A change in mindset is exactly what you need sometimes, and this pressure is looking so good on Todak. There's still 1 more to worry about. Flaring stops that from happening. 4 for Kale, but gives Todak another day to go. But in that situation, when we talk about that, like sometimes there are some teams who get stuck on 11, get stuck on 12.
And
Because
then
it's like a marathon.
Then the comeback mounts, right?
Exactly. Like it's always the question for me. How many rounds are you willing to give? And this time around, they gave the same medicine that Shinsei, that Kizuna served up to them. Shinsei did this 3 times in the first half, and they said, let's try that. And it worked so well in their favor. And this is a set play that I really wanted to see from Todak. We haven't really seen this quite yet, and I want to see more. But this set play for Kale, imagine that will be open.
That's a scan, by the way.
Exactly, and Riza answers at least. Frosty's holding down the line, and Shinsei forced to give up that space.
You know what's funny? The previous round was Todak saying, Kale, go kill.
Oh.
But this round, they can't replicate that. Kale is gone. But so is Kimmy.
I mean, I was just saying the other day, like, I would love to see more aggression from Todak. Because when they play aggressive play, it looks so good. But sometimes it goes a little bit on the overheat. They need to find that nice little balance.
That's right, that's right. Balance is tough, especially when you have to adapt on the fly.
But this is so good, though. It's Sube getting 1 more. A more proactive mindset.
Oh, Shinsei just
Todak.
walked straight up into Zeke, man, onto lane.
Exactly.
He's taking space like this. He's gone lane. Now just wait for his team to come up. He can't play with his team. Look at this. Shinsei, 31 HP. He does not fall.
It looks so good right now as Shinsei comes through, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. Riza just trying to pick off every single person, and he styles on them. 13-5 Ascent.
You need to understand the gravity of the situation. Was Shinsei pushes straight in there, kills off the Killjoy on lane, and then he's holding that. I was saying, please pay attention here because there's 1 more person hiding in Boathouse. And he at 31 HP wins the Gunto. What is this person made of?
It's more of understanding. It's all game sense as well. When you understand that the other players of Todak are just so separated across the map, you can say like, okay, I can at least expect 1 on the site.
Yeah.
And that's confidence already. And I always say, for Kizuna, it's very similar to Extend. It's very similar to Bleed. Is what they do with that information.
Yeah.
And this is exactly the outcome of it. But let's have a look at the highlights here, because even though it was a big, I would say, a deficit in terms of rounds, but we had some massive clips to show off here. And starting off from round number 1.
I mean, massive clips also from both ends. We see Todak really get those rounds and kills. Like a plan did come together, but it felt like, you know, there's like a loading screen. It never reached 20%, for example. It's like they were always getting there, and then Kizuna gets the read and counters immediately.
Yeah.
So the skill in VALORANT is not just being able to get the read, but what you said, what they do with the information.
I think what's also great is the fact that not only was Riza farming, but it's the fact that he's getting multi-frags with the Hunter's Fury. In a lot of situations, for a lot of Sobas, they're just trying to get the tag or someone to move away from an area. But the idea of them herding Todak just like sheep into an area for the massacre was very nasty. And I don't think I've ever seen that in MYSG quite yet.
I mean, if Kizuna can show this type of like promise, I'd say, then they can go with the head, like the hard hitters, I guess. With the rest of MYSG when they continue to develop, you know, because most esports orgs, especially when they have people, you know, full-timing school, full-timing work, it's amazing to see new orgs come up with new promising players. And I feel like Kizuna is on a good way there. But Todak, I'd say that as one of the veterans in the local MYSG region, having a couple of roster shuffles for themselves, so I can understand that maybe they're still trying to
They're trying to find some
relegate.
time.
That's right.
Because with the changes of the team, I mean, Aduka left quite toward the last part of the tournament. And I have to say, like, we did see some major clips from Zeke, but coming against a team that's as dominant as Kizuna, that's had some really massive improvements from last split till now, might be an issue. Because if you remember, I don't think, like, I mean, we've seen Kingsman go far, but at the same time, Zeke has not played in quite a while.
That's right. I mean, the score shows here there's no one else to explain this, but if you look at Riza, 388 combat score. We have not seen this high even yesterday from Bleed and Enigma. This is high.
I mean, if you also want to talk about Todak, it's also about that roster or shuffle. Not roster shuffle, it's a role shuffle, I have to say. And I'm not sure if each player is comfortable in their roles, because the only time I've ever seen Kale on a jet was when he's streaming. I don't think in tournament I've seen him on a jet quite yet.
That's right. And also, to be fair, Zeke, I don't remember him playing the Sentinel role primarily. So him taking over the Aduka role, he is... yeah, because Aduka took over the Killjoy role too, right? But we can speculate that later though. Look at this man, a machine himself. And actually machine, even a machine gun.
He's the IGL.
Yeah.
He's the IGL. And in a lot of situations, we've seen his calls. And they have been absolutely massive. The reads on him. I don't think they even called for a timeout. They didn't need Mark in this situation because Riza was very confident with his own information and what he can do with it. And his teammates probably had relayed it. It's all up to him to figure out what he wants to do with the information. And I think that this is just so good, the dynamics of the team. We talked about how it felt like Kizuna last split, they had a little bit of a miscommunication one now and then, but now they're like water. They're flowing so well with each other.
I don't know how this works. Like, last split, Kizuna definitely was one of the underperformers, for sure. But this is like a complete 180. When I say 180, it's like the light at the end of the tunnel where opportunities are beyond. They can grasp those. One split two is even over, and I'm so excited to see where this takes them.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of split one, it did feel that the team was a little bit demotivated, especially as they had a very, very rough beginning of split one, especially as they faced up toward the top 3 giants in the beginning of the scene. Taking 3 in a row can be mentally taxing. But coming around into here, I think during the break, they had, some mental training on how exactly to recover. And I think that is such a great thing to see for Kizuna. Congratulations for map number 1. But let's see whether it's going to be a 1-1 or a 2-0 after this. For more VCT MYSG Split 2, we'll be back after the break.
Hi, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role in the team is Initiator and I'm also the IGL. Fun fact about the team is that we're a bunch of jokesters, so during tight situations, you know when to make jokes so calm the nerves down. But when it's time to get serious, they'll get serious. I'm the IGL because of my full calm collected mindset, so during tournament games, I won't really crack under pressure making a call. We felt really happy qualifying through the relegation bracket into Split 2. It was really intense in the relegation bracket because we lost our first series against the Monks and we dropped into the low bracket instantly. And we went triple OT against Team Pass and everything went smooth right after that series. In Split 1, we didn't perform to what we expected. So coming to Split 2 with 2 new sidings, Shinsei and Bryce, we are expected to qualify for Ascension.
Hi, my name is Kimi from Kizuna Esports and I'm currently playing Flex. Riza is a super cool, calm and collected player. He's very good at taking calculated risks, which is what I respect. I'm happy to call him my IGL. Flaring is a super funny and well-rounded player. Plays by the percentages super well and I'm happy to call him my teammate. Usually during matches, I just go based on my instincts and whatever my IGL Riza says because I trust him.
Hi, I'm Flaring and I'm the controller player for Kizuna Esports. So, as you all probably already know, Kimi is part of the world-renowned AIM group, Yuki AIM, due to his incredible mechanics. I'm confident he'll be able to showcase his abilities on the main stage. I think the team I'd like to play is probably made in Thailand. I think they're the best team in the region and they won last split. We've always played them a lot in practice and matched up really well, so it would be interesting to see if we got the same results in an official. So I think the most important thing is just to try our best and have fun. Due to the nature of the space we play in, a lot of people talk shit about you, put you down, or just think you're not very good. As long as you believe in yourself and just keep playing, you'll eventually make it.
Hi, I'm Shinsei, and I'm the duelist for Kizuna. Bryce is like the biggest beta I know. Like, you can be entering into A side and he's still lucky into B and blaming us for like dying at A, or he's like the only one alive after like 1 minute into the game. I always eat 1 cup of Shin Ramen before my matches so that I can carry my useless lurker and drop 30 on the enemies.
Hello, my name is Bryce. I'm the Sentinel lurker for Kizuna Esports. Some of y'all may know me as the Riot Gun Buddy Giver or Gordon Ramsay, but I prefer to call myself the GOAT. I actually brought Shinsei over from my old team Elvia to play with me in Kizuna Esports, and he plays the duelist role. but he's not really putting up duelist role numbers. And I think, honestly, I could play a duelist better if I wanted to. I would say I'm most afraid of LVR, my previous team. They now have a star-studded roster, and I'm most afraid of their Sentinel player diffing me, which is Wisa.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is. What Jeet?
Not this time! Oh!
Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Breathe.
The side beside it, one more. Scary!
But San don't care! San wants more!
Oh, it's walking and moves that. Vera picking up 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you don't know what you're already watching, this is the Challenger series of the VCT MYSG Split 2. My name is Zeno Viper. Of course, joining me on desk again, the amazing Tash Bunny, where we have witnessed Kizuna and Todak, and a very dominating performance won indeed by Kizuna.
It's a very interesting one, honestly, when you see the growth of Kizuna. But for the Malaysian fans, this definitely might be an upset, as the only Malaysian team is showing a very, very shaky start.
Yep, absolutely. And you need to worry about Todak having in contention with TeoTeoTeo and Bikini bottom Pratahouse as a potential 3-way tie to qualify for playoffs happening at the end of May. So you don't have to worry about Kizuna. They're smooth sailing with the top 3. There's X10, Bleed Esports, as well as Enigma. They're here for show. But the thing is, Todak, they have to gonna keep fighting for this.
Yeah, for Todak, they still need some time. We talked about how in Split 1, Todak showed the most improvement coming into the league. But it feels like a lot of teams have started to read through them, have started to understand the dynamics of how the team plays. And now with these roster changes toward the end of this league might be a detriment to them. But it's up to them to really show that this might be a whole different story altogether on how exactly will this be played.
Hopefully, though. I mean, we kind of keep hopes on them because that was Todak's own map. That was Ascent, right?
Right, but the thing is, I'm so sorry to cut you, but I wanted to say that Todak has had situations where they lose their map pick, but they win the opposite map pick. So I think that I really would like to see that to happen if possible, because we do want to see map 3, we do want to see Lotus if possible. We want to see Todak, at least the only Malaysian representative here on this league, show us that we in Malaysia also have the potential to come through as we go into this stage. But for now, before we talk about Lotus, let's talk about Pearl.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a map that, for some reason, both teams aren't really showing too much promise per se. When I say that, because Kizuna has 50% win rate. They played 4 maps. They're looking good. At least they got the experience. Todak only played 1 so far. For some reason, it's never really gotten to that part for them. Usually Pearl, for some reason, they either actually ban it out most of the time or it was decider.
I think that for Pearl, from what they want to do in terms of banning. I mean, back then in Split 1, I believe Pearl was one of their map picks, but they didn't do too well. I mean, they did great in the beginning, and then they swapped over to Fracture. And this is where, their dynamics sort of changed. I think it was to accommodate Frosties playing that Neon. It worked so well in their favor. But then as other teams started to microscope them, they had to find different ways to really outsmart the enemy team, not be red. But now, as they come into Pearl once again, I'm wondering what kind of lineup will they be playing? Are they going to go with the Neon, or will they be playing with a different roster altogether? Because end of the day, I think that Neon is still very much a viable agent on Pearl, despite the fact that we are seeing a sort of set play, which is the Harbor and the Viper, which I still think is so strong on that map. There are different ways of playing that map in particular.
Just kidding. Actually, Kizuna has an 83% win rate on Pearl. I was looking at Lotus for some reason.
Oh my god.
So, the reason why I remember this is because whenever I see Kizuna on Pearl, they were actually putting in numbers. Like, they are one of the rare few teams, I think, that does run the double. Okay, no. They're the one that runs a standard comp, like nothing too crazy, like Bleed with double duelist sometimes. Or the teams, I think Enigma runs
double controller. Yes, the Viper and the Harbor.
Exactly. So nothing too complicated. They're still going in with like single.
Yeah, sometimes that's why certain maps, like say Pearl and Ascent, have that set meta, because it works so well and no one has really found the answer to it. I mean, we did see Bleed play a different way to counter the meta of the double controller.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so but the thing is, for Bleed, it's all about just pure game sense and aim. So I don't know if any other team on MYSG stage is even close to them when it comes to that. And even then, when I was watch partying and I was talking to my audience, some of them were saying that this is probably not even Bleed's main comp, because this is just purely, I would say, aggressive play or just confidence play from Bleed in general.
We saw Brimstone being picked for Pearl for Bleed. Like,
but
whoa,
it
how
still
does that
worked
even
so
Yeah, it
good.
worked.
It worked. And it's all about, and sometimes it's not about sometimes it's just understanding the enemies and how to counter them. It's just all about that counter strat.
And understanding what your utility does at that point of time, and rather just, tossing it for the sake of tossing it. So when we come, we moved from like a mediocre size map like Ascent to something bigger than Pearl. You're gonna have to see those, positions being taken. You got to see those lurks coming into play for sure.
Yeah, but coming into this game in particular, I don't know what to expect from Todak. It's been a while since we've seen them on this map. It's been a while since we've seen them play, but it's going to be Jeed on the Astra. They have a Sky, and Sube will be running the Sova. Frosty's going back to his Julius role, and Zeke as well. And I think that for Zeke, I think he is their dedicated Sentinel, or their Killjoy rather, because that was the agent he played a few days ago as well. Now for Kizuna, nothing crazy. The same thing again.
Wait a minute. They actually are running the double controller. It's just that the old lineup used to run double initiators, but now I think they've already played one game with the double controller, and I believe they won that game.
Which team is this?
This is them with Bikini Bottom Pratahouse.
No, I mean, are we talking about
Kizuna?
Oh, Kizuna, yeah. I mean, Kizuna in general, this is the comp that they've been running, and it's so good. And the reason why we like this Viper is the hold that a Viper can have. When you have your util up, it's so hard to push on site because there are so many corners. So when you worked in tandem with the vulnerable, with the snakebite, it's just a little bit of a whiff, and they're already dead.
So the thing about double controller you need to understand is that you usually run a primary and one secondary. But the reason why they can do this right now is, even though your walls, Harbor's walls replenishable, obviously, but then you always have like your jet to supplement temporary smokes when you push onto site. So you already cut off maybe 3 or 4 important choke points, and then the jet can just make a good entry in. This is why a lot of people love to play B, because it's just like a straight line push in.
There's a lot of people talking about a B main simulator. I hear that all the time from different coaches.
You were trying to restrict yourself from saying it on stream yesterday. I noticed. Prevent yourself from a B main simulator.
But that's exactly, the way that you want to play. This comp really, really enables that.
Yep.
But coming back into this, you also got to really say, for one thing, that for Bryce, his hold onto Link has been just so massive. And look at this. The push from Shinsei will be punished, but Riza does answer back. Zeke for 1, answered back by Bryce. So both teams are answering at this point. But in this situation, the plant does happen, and a full control of the site by Kizuna.
The attack and the defense movements from both teams are great. Now the only issue is they are losing to gun duels. They are literally having both each other's in their sights. And it's only Kimi, the last man standing. He's going to B-hop out, and Frosty's will be decayed, but it's not enough to actually take him down. On the 5 HP, this is a good hold from Todak, a good retake for sure.
Honestly, a good round by Todak. And if we remember correctly, in terms of how they played last split, I think they did do a lot better on defense compared to attack. So if this is still going to be the trend, let's hope that Todak can get as many rounds as possible before they move on to attack side.
I mean, you're definitely going to need those rounds to pocket on before you being forced into the deficit, right? Like yesterday was the epitome of how one team can get 7 to 8 rounds in a row, potentially equalize, but because you had the lead, you were actually to close out 13 first. Like, those rounds actually matter, not just for your mental, but for, to be in the lead of the race.
Your stamina as well.
Yeah.
It's just so devastating because some teams do better the longer they play. That will be Bleed. But for the rest, not too sure what they can bring together. We can say that about Bleed because during VCT APAC LCQ, they had one of the longest rounds with Onyx Esports. Getting how many, I would say, rounds, overtimes on Fracture, which was honestly insane. But coming back to this game, this is going to be a change in pace, at least for round 2 for Kizuna.
There was a Hawk being used by Kale, but it did not pop. For some reason. Might have just ran out of time here. I'll admit. I'd just be attempted. Usually this is a very mid to art kind of default play, considering there are some stars being placed on A main. So maybe Kizuna might just be able to dodge this.
Immediately, the information has been relayed, and Riza will flash out at least to give some space to Shinsei. Look at how exactly he moves on. Frosties was very ready for that. Alive and ready. Sprays come out. Flaring does get one, but will be traded out by Jeet. Sube for one more on the Bulldog once again. Bling Aim Labs! Just so good, but Kill at least cleans up. But this is not the round that Todak thinks that they want, because they want to have as many rounds as they can as they move into Kizuna's bonus.
Yikes, that was Yuki aim at its finest, if you know my drift. Hot damn, this is my jam. That has to make it into a clip. But for sure, with too many members of Todak left alive, that is still a lot of damage done to them. They can't afford full buys. Even I mean, if Frosty's opting for the operator, it should be okay. But that was massive damage. Good try though by Kimi.
Oh man. Let's go. Could have been a holy grace, honestly. But this round might be a whole different story.
Hey, look at it. Kinsei has that anchor, so he's the anchor for his team.
You know that anchor also does something else, but we'll talk about that later as they head straight into B-Long. The flash comes out, does buy some time. A lot of pressure put onto this, but it's just going to be a fake. Just to get as many resources out, and they're going to go for the rotate. But this time around, Todak is understanding how exactly Kizuna works. They haven't moved just yet at all. But as they go toward A, look at how far ahead Jeet has placed himself. That information will be relayed. He's running for his life coming through. They'll be working in tandem with Zeke.
Oh, no.
As they rush onto the site here, Shinsei taking the high ground, playing a little bit quietly inside. The sprays come through. Zeke gets two at least, and Shinsei answers from the top side.
Nice transfer though, even though Shinsei holds
as well as Kale heats up the damage. Flaring answers, the flash comes through, but he still gets one more. Are you kidding me? A nice little shot by Frosties, but will be displaced by Reckoning.
Spike planted.
That will actually force him to go back for sure and he'll give the plant down. But if you know anything to do with Frosties. Holy damn. Can we understand that when Flaring is already planted this for main, that he's not even playing up on main? He can even bait this out.
Oh, this is so scary, but that updraft gave Flaring all the information he needs. He swapped up his gun. Gives him a little bit of a play. They hear the tap. He knows exactly where it's the gun!
This is the POV we all needed. Wonderful play coming from Kizuna. The moment we saw 3 bodies dead from Todak's side, you know that Kizuna almost already had the round. Stealing away from Todak with their own buy round. I say the bonus is gone right now for Todak.
Exactly. It was as though Todak lost their advantage just now. Not all of it, but they lost my guns. And Kizuna lost most of their guns too. And on this map, it looks like Todak feels so comfortable.
Absolutely.
And how confident they are playing and how disciplined they are is very different than the vibe we saw at Ascent.
When you said that they're definitely confident in their defense, you can tell. Like both their positionings and they're ready to peak. Their utility usage as well. Now both teams got the same idea. Frosty is out, he's pushed up, but he's gunned down. The thing is that Kizuna didn't lose a single one right now. So that the gamble from Todak didn't really pay off. But they look like they still want to commit this as Kale is still holding down Pillar, just ready to receive if Kizuna decides to continue this push.
That's exactly what I was trying to say here. It's more about how when you push out B long, it's harder to get away safely compared to being inside of B main. But Shinsei just crab walking behind the boxes. Kimi will be the one to take out that drone at least. Sube? I'm not sure if Kale is going to be alive at least, but I think Kale's idea is to at least get one. But for Kizuna, their read was a lot better. They clear out every single corner, and it's so hard for them to play for picks.
And not just that, this is a slow walk, by the way. It will scan, but it is not enough to connect. But now they know that Sube is on default. That's why Shinsei has a good read, and he's also into trying to clear it out, and the site is completely clear.
It's just honestly trying to play as aggressive as they can, but Kizuna, their trade potential, their multi-frags are just so high.
Look at these vantage points.
It is, and look at how exactly they're using that cascade.
Perfect.
And that's exactly what you wanted to see with that double controller. Now, for Todak, I think a save is the way to go. We rarely see saves from Todak. But I think this time around, they want to go for exit frags. They want to get as many gets as possible. And sometimes it's okay to go for that reset.
You know what's funny? I don't even think Todak is confident of these exit frags. They really want the gun, so they are going to full save here. And I think after knowing, Kizuna is on the run, they know that they're not there. They don't even need to hunt for Todak at this point because the bang will start to grow, especially when Kizuna is all alive. That's massive. Like, this is not like a leeway that Todak can afford to leave any Kizuna alive at this point of time, even though it's only 2-2 in the game.
It's a flawless too. But in this situation, sometimes I always talk about how Kizuna might lose early, like a few rounds in a row, and you start to question Kizuna. But then suddenly, they break that Rubik's Cube. They figure out the patterns. Sometimes they have that one timeout. And it's just so interesting when you see the light bulb moment flash on their heads, and then they take so many rounds in a row.
Have you ever played the Rubik's Cube yourself?
Yeah, but I'm not great at it.
It's amazing. You should try the 4x4.
No,
it
thanks.
breaks your brain.
No, thanks.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying. That it's about how to solve this Rubik's Cube, right? They take the information and then how do you adjust accordingly? So for the meantime, though, you felt like Kizuna was trying to rotate out after that fake push in, but no, they still commit. They crab walk, they slow walk, and you say B Rush Simulator. It's coming in. It's literally so good, especially when you pick a double controller.
Yeah, and because of the Viper as well, it gives you so much control of the site. And sometimes the best way to play against this Viper is to wait for the utils. That's exactly what G does, but Riza has the upper hand. They know exactly where Kale is, at least. The Cascade is still there.
The same thing.
It's the same thing. And the problem is Todak does not have an answer to this. No matter how many utils they throw one by one, it gets destroyed. They get sprayed out. Zeke does answer to Shinsei at least, but they still have to worry about so many different corners that's being held by Kizuna.
Now, if
the spray
Todak
comes through.
I would say Todak actually timed out the dash from Shinsei. Just unfortunate. Wow, just fixed just in time. Kale's gotten his back at least. Frosty almost died. But I see Todak can actually stick this defuse because Kale just holding down his pillar in case anyone pushes through.
Look at the lineup.
But the timer, it's not enough time.
Oh, this is just so good, and that is the power of that Viper. You have to remember, the post-plant lineups for this particular area is just so nasty.
And not just that, snake bite. We've seen so many of those yesterday with Enigma and Bleed. They lost to 5 snake bites when the rounds could have just, well, went easily. Like literally they're playing on manpower deficit and they can still win the round because of a snake bite.
It's like all about timing, and I think that for Kizuna, they have just the timing on just so good because sometimes they just hold for so long.
Yeah.
And look at how many people they put in front of Kimi to make sure he does not go down.
You know, the best part was when I was counting out the timer, even though there wasn't any snake bite used, they would have gotten the defuse. I was wondering like, wait, time? No one's sticking the defuse yet. But it's planted so in the open. Every one of Todak would have been compromised at this point. But his problem is Shinsei is on this operator for also way too long on an attacking jet. And the thing is that he can be confident because he can just walk in, take angles because of these walls. No flashes necessary, no dashes needed. All he needs to do is just hold first and then let the rest of his team take other sides. They could take mid, they could even hold A for a last-minute push. Why don't you?
When you have teammates that can really communicate and enable you, you can see performances like we saw in Vera, Zan, and even Shinsei. Kizuna, they found the right recipe on how exactly to deal with the aggression that can come through from Shinsei, and Shinsei already on the site. Reckoning comes through, Shinsei walks straight into Zeke's face, pops it out, full control of Flowers, and now they're pushing onto the site. Spots out the top of Zeke's head, and Frosty's was holding the back line. At least takes one out. Now Riza, already on the site, the Cove at least just buys them some time, and now they have to worry about that lineup. But look at the Viper's pit as well. It's gonna be close to impossible to deal with this. Frosty's with a shorty at least finds flaring, but they do not weed out the Viper out of the pit quite yet. Riza finds Jin. Look at how closely Frosty's is playing. Bryce for one more. Frosty's gets 3 by Kimi with his with a shorty of his own.
This is just, I don't know, it's just absolutely messy in there just because of the Viper's pit. Doing so much work for Kizuna's side. You gotta understand that when Frosty was also leading the charge, right? His operators got shorty, got a couple of kills already. Now the thing about Shinsei, he's already done so much work to open up the site first. Overheated just a little bit in the flowers and get offed by Frosties. And that was actually a round that I felt like Todak, if they coordinated a little better, they could actually have gotten it. But I felt like there was no reins on them. Nothing was stopping them. They had no breaks. Like I didn't sense like a plan coming up from Todak.
Because they don't have an answer. They have no clue how to deal with these set plays by Kizuna.
Plant the spike.
Set plays.
And Shinsei already bossing his teammate to go for the plant. Finds Zeke, nearly takes him out. And he's not stopping. But you know what?
Yeah.
I think Flowers might be a place where Shinsei kind of have nightmares at night.
I mean, when you pass away, people give you flowers, right? So he actually died at the correct spot.
I mean, look at where Kale is. The aggressive push comes out, and he understands he's on the Thrifty, but Bryce not stopping at all, getting him as the flash pops. And I have to say that this is all just micro at this point. Understanding the timing of the pop and everything, that also gives you confidence.
I mean, Kale tried to get lucky. He's the only one that pushed out B to try to get one kill. But he ran into 2 members of Kizuna. Yes, that's information for his team, but what does Todak have to do with that information? Look at that. 1 Trailblazer enough to force them back to Siwa's area. And A, they literally walked in. No rushes necessary. Cove to protect for good measure. And this is all just going to be planned for open.
Look at that, the Cascade comes out once again, and Riza just pushes out so openly. Frosty's from the side, tries to go for the shorty play once again, but Kizuna will not be deterred at all. Sprays through, walks over the snipe. Oh my god, Bryce. Not allowing the knife to happen.
You could honestly wait like 0.5 seconds longer to see if the knife actually landed, because he was actually so low, right?
I think Bryce doesn't want to leave anything to chance. I mean, after the knife whiff by Shinsei yesterday, not yesterday, day before yesterday, he was like, I don't trust you. I don't trust you, man.
Wait, he had 2 more of his team members. Content. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
mean,
Security over memes.
Exactly. Sometimes that's always great. Sometimes it's always fun. I mean,
that was a safe round still with Todak.
I mean,
can't really
I have to give props to Team Secret for bringing us Tondo gaming. Because every round, Mr. Jesse Tondo Vash wants to give us Tondo, and it's like a disease. It's coming to MYSG.
You know, Southeast Asia is all one. At some point, we just all unite, right?
Yeah.
That's where, you know where we unite? Ascension.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be exciting. But what? Frosties spots up Bryce behind his turret.
Yeah, and the turret could have taken a shot first, but no.
He got a very tiny angle there. And Zeke already get for one more. Kale finds another one. And this is a really good hold onto the mid side. Great read by Todak Sube as well. He's so very low. But this might be the round that will bring Todak a few rounds that they need. They've lost so many in a row. And sometimes that micro adjustment they've did gave them so much value.
Now, I feel like this gamble from Kizuna to take mid was a little bit misplaced for this trust, because you know, usually Todak isn't really playing there, but for some reason they were super ready and they pushed it a little too far. And now there's 4 ultimates from Todak to even hold this. They don't even have to play too far apart because of the spike being placed up there. Preemptive smoke coming down too. I mean, Kimi can take out 1 or 2, but that's consolation at this point.
Oh my god! He spotted him out! Kale tries to just spray and Kale goes down! What is happening? He should not have gotten away with that!
I'm so glad we got that on camera. Let the memes unfold right now. Now you got one duty, survival, and also get on site for this plant. But I don't think a plant is going to happen here, if anything. Or maybe just get...
I think he's going to be able to. He has a few more time. 3 seconds to go. He's running out. And Jeet at least gets it in the end, preventing that plant. But you got to question Kale. What the heck happened?
Thanks for memes. He sniped it and he stood there. Like the true king he is. Okay? He's the Highlander. There can only be one right here, and I will hold my ground. And the best part was, there was a gravity well by his own teammate, and it essentially sabotaged him. It's hilarious. Poor Kale.
Oh man, talk about a set play gone bad. So unfortunate. The flash comes out at least, and the sprays come through here. The aggression by Frosties this time will not be tolerated at all. Kizuna looks a little bit more confident. The pace has changed. And the flash comes through.
That's right. I mean, they're not always playing together. It's like, yeah, we'll just cause some commotion. It's not really like big angles pushing to art, hold there for a bit, you know, let your other teammates make some commotion, and then proceeds to push into art. They're not really playing off each other's sound cues as much, you know. I might rather commit a lot of attention onto one side. And usually it's A main or B main most of the time. I like to see more split plays if I could help it.
The situation, Frosty is just eating a lot of damage from that turret. Sube did use his Hunter's Fury. Just waiting for time. The reveal to come through. Fortunately, no one saw that, but Shinsei will be the one to see Frosty's first, flaring for 1 at least, and Kimi for 1 more. A clean take onto the sights. as they move swiftly and clear every single corner. And Todak just scratching their heads. How exactly do we hold against such an aggressive and explosive push?
Not gonna lie, there were 2 kills in the smoke. That's just absolutely detrimental. And for Todak's side, absolutely disgusting there. Flawless one coming in. How many rounds have Kizuna lived with all 5 members alive? It's so good for the economy. Todak is letting this slip way too many times. Seen this in Ascent already. It cannot repeat in Pearl.
Kizuna, you just really gotta give it to them. Comes down to how they play together, chemistry. It's as though they're not allowing each other to be traded without a trade. And every time they do a double swing, it's either gonna be a multi-frag at the same time. It's just so dominating how they take up space. We rarely see those huge splits unless it's from Bryce, unless we see Riza pushing out a little bit more. Or maybe we have Kimi just holding down the middle area all alone. Understanding how he can play with his utils, understanding the decay means that he can go for multi-frags if Todak tries to go a little bit more aggressive.
I mean, if there's any concession, I'm just so glad that they're no longer B main simulating. So, gonna put in some variance. That's okay. I respect Kizuna from throwing out. And that's how they gave Todak some rounds. It's like, yeah, we're going to play a little bit of a plan B, plan C, but still confidently enough to close out rounds like this. It's a statement, right? You just know that you don't really need to strat this much and just commit to a one-track mind. And that's how A has always been successful.
And I think their link plays sometimes they were caught off guard by Todak. And that's why they change back. And I think it's okay for them to do that because we always talk about conditioning. Sometimes they do the same thing over and over, and if it's not broken, why change it? And in a lot of situations for Kizuna, the way they play or take B main or A main has never really been an issue. They've won so many times in a row, and Todak just doesn't seem to have an answer quite yet.
Yeah, it's only 2 of Todak on site right now. Can they receive in time? The best case scenario right now is to get 1 pick away from Kizuna, and Todak still has enough time to retake out. Here we go. It's Reckoning here to flush out the main. And that's also Seekers. This is just absolute dominance from Kizuna to just take space.
They understand that we're coming through, and Shinsei just walking up into the area unafraid. Riza as well walks out, pops for 2. Bryce was with him. They know they have each other's backs. Just sheer confidence. Shinsei! It was almost like a horror rant situation, but he maintained composure. Sube gets 2. That's the consolation, but can't go more than that.
That re-peek from Riza is just impeccable. Like if Sube held down the spray just a little more, he could have gotten a multi-frag in 1 clip. But the thing is, he got 2 more members of Kizuna to deal with. Now that's just a push there for Kizuna that will definitely have to push Todak back because of the ultimates used. But they know what's up. Because they know if they won that round, Todak will be on eco. And that's their only goal. There's no such thing as overexpanding ultimates if you know what your end game is. And your end game is to make sure Todak goes next round without weapons.
You know what's really interesting? We saw Riza farming in the last map, but this time around, all across the board, the kills have been very similar for all players from all teams, despite the 3-7. It doesn't show the most, I would say, aggressive rounds or the most dominating rounds, and Shinsei, he walks up with the blades out. Nice little reposition as well.
And he finds the kill with the last blade, or the second last blade.
Second last blade, but look at this push from Kale. Gets that value and will give him at least a gun. The Seekers come through. And this time Frosties jumps up. Kimi as well. The sprays from Frosties this time around inside the smoke. Gets that value, but 15 HP left.
Okay, that's double kill value, but Flaring comes in, he's ready to play. And you gotta know that that was a 2 versus 4 advantage for Todak that can swing. When I say that can swing, you know that Kizuna, with these 2 players alive, they can literally steal the round away from you.
But Bryce, he's not alone. He is close by his teammates, just trying to relay that information, holding. He did hear the footsteps from Frosties, so at least he can just pop off if he wants to. He pushes out. This is a nice little angle he played with before his teammate could go down. He trades out very quickly.
30 seconds
This
left.
is massive.
Can happen. I told you on the 3 versus 2. A complete flip might just happen here, but you gotta understand that Kizuna is still on the attack. They need time for a side
They have
take.
20 seconds, but they're so close to A. They can run. And look how far away the members of Todak are from the site. There is at least Jeed, but he is isolated from the area. He tries to put in those shots, but this cold has been a big problem for Todak because it's so hard for them to really play and just break the
Basically the cove.
Yes, that.
And the cove has one job, is to cover
Exactly.
the play.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's so hard to say this, but Bryce will be isolated from the site. At least there is that lockdown. They will pop that, and also the Cosmic Fury. The bot just gives them a lot of information. They hear the tap, but Bryce is undeterred at all. Zeke as well. They try to get one more, and I have to say that Bryce is an unmovable rock when it comes to holds.
Last round.
I have big questions. Why was the wall like that? Because the wall is playing a wall main. If you know, okay, maybe one's playing art, but
I think they were.
That was a questionable wall.
I think that was honestly a misread on Todak's side, because I think they were banking that, oh, they're gonna try and outsmart us. Maybe they're playing from secret.
I mean, the safest play would definitely be to lock off art and main, right? If you're playing off without information. So,
yeah.
I mean, we can speculate, but that's
Honestly,
definitely something that was a big question mark.
Jeed
Yeah.
as Astra.
Not something that I would expect out of him, so I can only wonder what goes on in their minds. But now we have to move on to the last round of this first half, where Todak still lives, but he also whiffs his shot. Now they know there's at least 3 members up on B side, knowing that there's a wall there, there's also an operator. Shinsei can continue to push on forward. There is a lurk, by the way, coming up from Bryce at mid. Let's see how much space he can contest.
We have seen some massive lurks, and this is the first one we've seen because Rafar. This time around, Frosty's is the one that's going to try and contest this op, but he doesn't really have that space, and the members of Kizuna aren't exactly pushing out either.
And he can't just walk up too.
Exactly. Because Shinsei's reaction time on that op has been insane. I think Shinsei, he's suspecting there is someone holding an op here. That's why he's just holding it.
Yep. And he doesn't need to hold the halls too. There's others of his teammates just doing it.
Yeah, look at how much space Bryce has in his hands. And immediately,
That's
another shot comes through, and Riza pushes out. This is beautiful, because you think the op was already in the back. You don't expect someone to push, but Kale is not scared. Does get traded out by flaring. At least just buys them a little bit more time. Sube from the other side will be found by Kimi. Nice little conquest, but it doesn't deter the other members of Todak, or at least Kizuna at all.
That's enough for them to actually get this plant, because the defense is still a little too far.
It's not an open plant.
Yeah, and it's not open plant. This is super close, so they have to play on side. Right now, G tries to get this flick. Still not enough. Bryce will finish him off. Super low though. And now we see last man standing. He spots out Shinsei, but still loses the gun duel too. 3-9 against the repeat of what we saw in round 1. And Kizuna still leading by a dominant amount.
Definitely not the defense round that Todak wanted. As we know, it is a little bit more tricky to play attack on this map. But they just don't have the answer to the set plays that have been done by Kizuna. I mean, we saw different variations on how exactly Bleed played against Kizuna and X10 for this particular set play. What they did was they walked up on the other side and catch them off guard behind the Cascade and behind the Poison Orb. But for Todak, I think they don't have the confidence to do that quite yet.
Also, the only reason why these double controllers work is to have one reliable entry point of vision, and that's Trailblazer. Because one Trailblazer clears at least 1 or 2 corners. The Flash will continue to push everyone back. This is a killer comp. Like, and Kizuna is exploiting the living hell out of this. And of course, coupled with Shinsei, holding down back lines, right? In case anyone of Todak decides to push out, he gets the op shot first. It's just a plan that really is coming together. And now Todak needs to actually adapt.
Look at how much damage Kale had already taken. Sorry, Frosty just took the get onto the site. Regardless, Frosty's full control of halls at the very least, clears out with the dart. And all of Haven in their control. And Kizuna is not afraid to give up that site. Look at that. Bryce playing a little more behind. And because Todak pushed out here, they pay back with their life. Look at that. They take up the space. G does get one more, but not before it gets traded out. The other members, Kizuna, on the site. And now Todak is pushed off. They have to worry about 2 more players here. They know exactly where he is. The sprays come out because of the relation of the information. Sube tries to shoot out, but what can he do? He can't see. A jump, right click to the face, and Sube goes down. Perhaps the best play sometimes is to not push.
I don't get it. What happened here? Like, they got side sure, but then they also had equal firepower, but suddenly one by one Todak just fell. And the big question I had was that Jeet gave away his positioning up at towers. He was so ready for the gravity well, but of course he's trying to save it when someone's trying to stick the defuse. The problem is, he was holding down there in the open and got his head blown off. I'm not sure what's the communication like going on in Todak, but this This is not what I like to see going on this later stage of Split 2 VCT MYSG.
I think there's also the situation that they might not be in their usual environment playing right now, as they did just come off a flight to Cambodia. But I can only speculate. And they are in this tournament.
I mean, if
They do carry the Malaysian flag as the only team here in MYSG stage.
and they're in danger of not even relegation no more, but it's just elimination. Shinsei doing work. His Bulldog here as Sube tries to take control of B link area, but no one else is nearby. Seems that the entirety is up on Todak, it's up on B again, but it's just blocked by two things. A Viper's Toxic Screen, as well as a Nano Swarm. That's just enough to deter them. And the best part, they lost Sube just like this.
Sube has been their massive impact bringer for the last map and this one too. They needed his firepower. But let's see if Todak has a different idea to go in mind. Now, with Frosties on this op, they won't be able to get the site as aggressively as they want to, but slowly but surely they make it through. But the sprays come out here. Shinsei and Bryce all ready for two. Kill was only good for one this situation.
Yeah, you know why?
The explosive retakes are just so good by Kizuna, and Todak wasn't even ready to react.
Everything on Kale's hand. He was the first to entry. Gets a right turn swing instantly and a right click classic to the head to take out. Was it flaring? I don't remember who. But it was just one, right? Oh, there's not enough space left to move as every single movement is being read by Kizuna. And it's not like Todak's trying to do anything fancy. They're doing B main simulator and getting taken apart. Just because that was pistol round anyway, right? After
I mean,
the first half.
it's also hard because Todak, to take that space onto B, unless you have rifles for that round, is very, very hard. And that's why there is the A side and B side. Sometimes you see on Thrifties, they go toward A because you're able to get that value from your lower cost guns like a Stinger, a Spectre, or even like a Frenzy or a Classic.
I think what Kizuna doing so well in a map as big as this is that like they know how to like delegate their responsibilities accordingly. And I feel like Todak, they're playing together a lot here to the point where like you are sacrificing a lot of objectives in order to keep your firepower. That's not how you want to play Pearl here, I feel. And it's not something you can afford against Kizuna.
They don't have what it takes to just take away that space from Kizuna. And for Kizuna, look at them. Just so relaxed and so confident, just holding. They're not too aggressive.
They're mid connectors. All Todak's running towards B. Literally a B line. And the only man holding down side is Riza. Are being joined in by their jet as well. Shinsei is in, ready.
Shinsei is very fast with the rotation, and this time around, surprise, Riza is here! Not able to get two, but Shinsei does supplement back. Not before G takes someone down. Shinsei putting in that damage, just spraying through the smokes. They do get the Nano Swarm up there, at least to buy some time. But Frosties took up so much damage. The wallbang to Frosties denies that plant. They still spots out one more. Shinsei with nice position with the dash. With 14 seconds to go, flaring finds Sube. There's only one more to worry about. And Shinsei with 3. And Kizuna 12-3. Todak, still no answers.
You would expect at least 1 or 2 more kills coming out from Todak, but no, Kizuna just lives. All of them with 4 members left alive.
You have to commend their crossfires and their movements. Their swings are just so perfectly timed. Where are you going to look when you have 2 people, one from Haven, one from Link, coming out at you? It's so hard when you don't have your buddy system, your partner to trade with you.
Of course, without just the buddy system, we're talking about like just frags in general, right? And the timing of those peaks and pushes. Yeah, I feel like when you want to talk about fundamentals, you know, some of the entry point from Todak was already correct. With the amount of people that they had, it's just like the positionings ready for the post plants was not ready.
I think that also for Kizuna, I always talk about set plays, and I would also talk about like buddy system going on here. And I think that sometimes the best thing to do against a team like Kizuna is to whittle down their numbers. Do not allow them to have the set plays. Do not allow them to have the trade potential. But again, Todak, they try to play a little bit more aggressive. They try to go default, and Shinsei punishes at least. No trade, no frags, and already on the side, Todak gets it, but Kimi from the backside, from downtown, 1 each, a very clean round, 13-3, Kizuna, Todak. And I have to say that for Kizuna, Pearl has always been one of their better maps. They struggled on Pearl, on Split 1 and Split 2, they take up the crown.
83% win rate coming into this. Of course, they have to win their own map picks. Yeah, I feel like Kizuna right now, like I said, it's a new era. It is dawning. It is upon us. And trust me, I think that MYSG has so much more to offer when all these new teams will I would say not outshine, but also eclipse previous titans, previous gods. Trust me, it's 2023 and you have all these new talents coming out. I'm so excited. So I would like to say right now that Kizuna is on a good step, but Todak is literally on the edge right now of not just relegation, but also being dismissed from playoffs. But I can understand they're in Cambodia, of course, representing us in the SEA Games.
Yeah, it might be very difficult for them right now, but let's have a look at the highlights here.
Yep.
I think that in map number 1, we saw a change in pace. It might be also Todak just kind of practicing for the SEA Games perhaps, or trying a different kind of role change or role swap. But coming into this map in particular, I was honestly expecting a better run from Todak, at least for defense side. That didn't happen.
Yep.
But I think it also comes down to Kizuna. I think we talk a lot about the mistakes that come through from Todak, but you really gotta say to Kizuna, it's all about consistency. It's all about how they play together and set plays. And in a lot of situations here for Kizuna, you have players like Shinsei who's not afraid to take up that space. And sometimes you talk about overheat. I'm gonna have to disagree with you perhaps. I'm guessing that he's probably a walking turret for Kizuna. Like, oh god, I died, but I did spot 2 over there. And then immediately you see a supplemental from his teammates.
I think there's a lot of things that Valorant players need to understand in their own teams of what a duelist role is meant to be. It's not just looking for frags, but like you mentioned, it's looking for space and information. How does the team capitalize on your death? Do they gain information? Do they gain space? It's so important, right? So this is just showing that Kizuna is leagues ahead of Todak in terms of their risk-taking and counter-measurement. Because you say Todak plays safe sometimes. Yes, there's a lot of metrics we need to consider, like, their roster shuffle, their new player, of course, there's Z coming. A lot of things we can ponder on, but the statistics still will show and the results will reflect the player's potentials.
It's a very difficult situation for Todak, honestly, but for Kizuna, I like the fact that Flaring tweeted out that Split 2 was going to be their split, and they come through with it. They had a goal in mind, and they got it. And coming into this day, not only already making it, but also being serious despite the fact they have already made it, is honestly, I would say, just really good discipline by them. They mess around sometimes, but you rarely see those big mess ups that will cause them to really throw the game.
Absolutely. No, which is really, really well put. If he make a statement, if he stands by it, that's how you know that people can see his words has statement, right? So now, of course, because who's MVP, it has to be Shinsei. He's doing so much work. Remember how many vantage points he's got over on B side along with his other teams? And I said he was the anchor. He actually was. It wasn't even Bryce or anything at this point. It's actually just him.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Shinsei. I can't forget what I saw the other day. But
okay.
yeah, his knife. But still,
He would have thought he's passing just in time.
I mean,
though.
just in time, but it's still
just in time.
funny. It's still funny though. But regardless, I think congratulations to Kizuna for taking this first map, or first series 2-0 coming into this. And now this is where things get a little bit more scary for Todak, as the pressure is building, not only for a representation of Malaysia, but also to just go further than they want to in the previous years. But coming into this, I think that seeing Kizuna looking so, I would say, just so clean on how they play, so disciplined, is just honestly what I really wanted to see. And thank you, Kizuna, for actually giving that to me.
Absolutely. So now what's coming up next will be the T30 TeoTeoTeo and Bikini bottom Pratahouse.
I love these two teams. They're so memey.
They are memey, but even the name itself, Bikini bottom Pratahouse, that's 8 syllables, okay?
That's why I say BBP.
It's all on you guys right now to determine if that is going to be a 3-way tie or not, because right now BBP is sitting on that 1-5. When we come back after this is going to be a series you don't want to miss. It's potentially the last series of this group stages before playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is with Jeet. He has to take it. Oh! A little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more.
Oh!
Scary.
But San don't care. San wants more.
Oh, he's walking at 2 steps. Vera picking up 3.
Okay, time's up. Bucket. Where's the bucket, bruh? There's no bucket. Okay, man.
I can't do that drawing. No, you know what's funny? Because I would draw like that. I have 0 drawing abilities. But welcome back, ladies and gents. You don't know what it is. This is VALORANT Champions Tour, the Challengers series of Split 2 MYSG. My name is Xeno Viper, of course. Joining me on the desk again is Tash Bunny. We witnessed the Kizuna against Todak earlier, and we already move on straight. TeoTeoTeo and BBP. Literally the game changer of the night.
Yeah, honestly, those are just... I mean, when you start seeing these sort of like, I would say, dominant plays by teams, it's really already showing the power spike or the power levels of each team. If there was like, you know, like an analyst who does like a show every week, we talk about power rankings, like that would definitely already show like one of like the most clear-cut power rankings we've seen so far in the tournament. Regardless, as we move to series number 2, this is where things get really interesting. One of the tiebreakers, actually, when you think about it, if you think about it, all 3 of the teams that are in the tiebreakers, that are facing it rather today, is playing today, which is TeoTeoTeo and Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. Now, there has been a roster reshuffle by Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. 3 new players, I believe, and with Invoke.
Wait, is it in? I know it's Invoke and I've seen INF, right?
Yeah, so
Who's the last one?
Was Invoke and Inf as well as Josh as well.
Was Josh not in before?
But he was. Never mind. I'm trolling.
Yeah, there was a shuffle for sure. I know Musi is no longer in here.
Yeah, production's just done with me anyways at this point.
It's Grumble and Lexi.
So Grumble,
Musi, right?
Grumble is not available to play.
Okay.
Yeah, so which is why there has been that change. Regardless, coming into this game, I think that they had a phenomenal showing with their brand new roster. And if you guys don't know, they were previously from the Mongs in Malaysia, Singapore scene. If you guys have been following the Malaysia, Singapore, I would say the local games, the local tournaments, they are one of the best we've seen so far. But coming into this, let's have a look at the team here. DXN Shun will be playing today, and Cairo will be coming in, and I think will be replacing another player. And I think that Bikini Bottom Pratahouse has had one of the biggest changes for their players throughout this entire Split 2.
Wait, Cairo is also playing? Oh yeah, okay. Inv and Cairo from the Mongs back then.
Yeah.
I know one of the other players from the Mongs is I Love Esther, and he's Wayne. He's in X10 right now.
Yeah.
So that's how you know like Mongs had good players. They didn't make it out of relegations, but they have players kind of just sneaking into these teams. And
because
right now,
it just shows that how talented they are as players. It's kind of like Louvre, right?
Yeah.
They are an unsigned team made of veterans, and they are really good. So one by one, these players will be picked up, and I'm glad that it's going to be another team that picked them up. And I'm glad that they got their chance in the spotlight, because I remember for a few splits now, the Mongs have been trying to make it, but barely making it.
Barely, but they almost did. Shows that they have potential. And can I just touch base on Bikini Bottom Pratahouse? Used to be called Garbage Esports.
Let's talk about TeoTeoTeo now. And this is also another team that went through a change, but it will be the name change here. But now Brandon, Dizzy, Retla, and Shiba really loving how this team has been playing. I think that for TeoTeoTeo, one of their biggest problems has been inconsistency. They either go all big or they stumble altogether. And it always shows, like in terms of power spikes, it shows which maps they are more confident in.
We just rank demons, man. They just come in and just show us how VALORANT is played at the high octane level. levels. But if they manage to calm down a little bit and just to pull back, sometimes we see great success from TeoTeoTeo.
But these players are definitely veterans. Shiba was used to be from Paper Rex. We have Redla, who used to play in Bleed. Dizzy has been playing in a few teams prior to this, has been changing around Banaf as well. So it's not necessarily, I would say, like a team that is like, just because they're not really signed doesn't mean they're like the underdog or anything. These are teams that have had very long, I would say, a legacy.
You really pointed out there, man. I read Banaf, for example, they were also ex Paper Rex players. And they were in Shiba and the homies for a short stint. Even Shiba himself is in here. So obviously not strangers to the competitive scene.
KP, Moon, BLM.
BLM something 9.
Yes.
Just slam your head on the keyboard, right?
Yeah, exactly. But let's have a look at the head-to-head here with Dizzy and Invoke. Now, the reason why I asked for this head-to-head is to look at Invoke in particular against Dizzy. Because I think that Invoke has had massive... This is only one game he has played, right? And look at the ACS he's already had. 194. They didn't win their game, but the dominance, the confidence, and the frag potential this guy brings to the team has been massive.
Okay, I mean, this is one of, I think 1 or 2 games, right? So it's not a big average per se, but it shows something.
Yes.
It shows something because I was looking at like their past stats and I see that sometimes Invoke pulls the top of the scoreboard, but then sometimes he's still in the middle. And I look at what the objectives are in between. I'm excited to see how he performs. Since this will be my first time seeing on camera, but I'm already used to seeing Dizzy on the camera and what he can do up in front as well.
I mean, Dizzy embodies his name. He makes you dizzy. As a jet, his movement is insane.
If he ain't playing Gecko, he's trolling.
What?
Easy.
Never mind. But coming into this game in particular, I'm excited to see what TeoTeoTeo can do with both teams actually facing the tiebreaker or potentially elimination. Will this pressure actually give a different sort of, I would say, mindset to the team, or will it be something that would kind of like throw them off? But TeoTeoTeo, this has been their maps. I'm gonna let Josh do this. He's all the stat guy here today.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we see for stats. Lotus not played yet, just saying, but only one game from Haven and Fractal is showing up. So I just think that if Bikini, Bottom, Pratahouse could just ban out these 2 maps, I think they got chance. And now since I feel like a statman could actually just embody this element in them. But
let's look at their map. But honestly, I'm just shocked at their performance on Pearl. And I think the fact is, I think the reason is because a lot of the bigger teams who are just so good at Pearl have been picking it against them. So they're forced to play a map that is just so hard for them to retake and play.
That's right. No, I mean, the fact that they also haven't really touched Split that much too. They could go with these wildcard maps. It's just that if they knew that these were their weaker maps, I'm just surprised how this always gets unbanned most of the time. So it's a big question mark.
Yeah, there is a lot of question mark, but let's have a look at Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. Now, these stats might be different because they changed rosters once again. So I'm guessing that probably production had changed this because it's not the full numbers, I believe. But coming into this, they've actually had a few maps on Haven. It's had Pearl, Fracture, and Lotus. No Bind and Split just yet, but Bind and Split are the 2 maps that kind of like came in toward the later half of the split as well. I was just really thankful that yesterday we got a bind map because it showed us how pro players are already prepping for that map. So thank you X10 for that. But coming into this game, I think if you look at across the board for both these teams, they have very similar, I would say, performances throughout all the maps. So we're gonna see an even playing field for both.
Ooh, I don't even think that Pearl is coming to the picture for either of these guys.
I think both of these teams don't prefer playing Pearl, and the only reason why Pearl has been played for them, or at least for one of them.
For the other teams, like X10, Bleed, and them.
Yes, the ones that have been picking that map against them.
Yeah, it's funny because Icebox is not showing up for Bikini Bottom Pratahouse here because that is the 100% win rate map. Doesn't really matter if we see that because Icebox is rotated out for Bind to make its way in.
And that's honestly really sad because I feel like for Icebox with Harbor coming in and Gecko as well, we start seeing a different change in meta and dynamics, and I was so excited to see the different styles of play, especially toward the lock-in. So now that that's out, it's just a little bit unfortunate, but I'm really excited that Bind is back.
And we saw Gecko yesterday.
Oh yeah, from both teams on top of that. So that's really exciting. It just shows that there is a big potential for Gecko to be played competitively, at least on Bind.
Yeah, so both these teams had their similar losses for these maps. I don't know if they're just going with the game plan of trying maps that they haven't played. One of them was actually Split and Bind for sure. Bind just came back in. They could be attempting Ascent after looking at these stats again. I definitely think they will be avoiding Pearl. One of the rare few games, they will avoid Pearl.
I really think we might be. This is going to be the rare chance that we might be seeing no Pearl. But let's have a see.
Lotus?
But it would be exciting to see a Lotus. I think that we have seen Lotus picked out throughout these few weeks, but it's not as often as I would like it to be. It's either always first pick or a decider map. Regardless, let's have a look at TeoTeoTeo immediately taking out Lotus. Bye. Okay, that's out of the pool. And BBP, what are you going to do? Are you going to ban out Pearl? Are you going to take it? Is the question. And it's going to be Haven that's out.
I'm curious for this because I thought Haven would be fine.
I thought Haven for both teams are going to be good.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ascent, as you predicted, will be taken. And honestly, Ascent has not seen a lot of changes. I think for Ascent, a lot of the teams who prefer playing a very, I would say, direct and straight to the point, don't really want to think about changing up things, will be taking that. And it's going to be Ascent and Fracture. So I think for Fracture, this is good for BBP. It suits the way they want to play. It's a very W key, very aggressive sort of play. Let's see how TeoTeoTeo will manage to deal with that aggression. And Bind is out. BBP, are you going to take out, excuse me, 2 binds? I'm just guessing that one of them has to be Pearl and it's going to be split decider.
Did you just say 2 binds?
There we go. Thank you, production.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Production.
We had a split decision here trying to decide whether it's going to be 2 binds or not. You caught us in a bind, by the way. But anyway...
Can we have a petition to stop him from making these dad jokes? It's killing me. It's killing me.
Hey guys, you don't want to descend into chaos, so you ascend. So,
anyways, as we go into this map, Ascent coming in first, and I think that for a lot of teams who are especially toward the bottom bottom half rather of the ladder, we've noticed that I would say a trend of them picking Ascent, and I don't blame them because it's a very set play. You don't
have to come back to familiarity when others comes.
Exactly. Thank you for that because clearly my English is suffering here somehow.
English they cannot, but yeah, I think we. Okay, since it's the last series for group stages, let's hope for this game 3 here. Like Bikini Bottom Pratahouse has gone through all these changes right now. But for what? They come out through relegation. They're here to try to make a name for themselves.
And they also had a new roster too. And I think they really want to push and go above and beyond. So let's see if we're going to be having a different sort of agent lineup, or are they going to make traditions throughout? Yes, they are. Look at Redla on that Reyna.
Oh, okay, sir.
I like that. That's confidence in itself. And coming into that as well, you can see that for Smokes. Yeah, double duelist. But look at the side of BBP. What they're doing here is not the Omen, but they are going to be running that Astra instead. And I don't blame them. I mean, for Omen, you talked about one-ways. I think that BBP is not really into one-ways. They're more into like having the swing potential.
Not just swing potentials, but also coordination with nano swarms and shock darts, because you can catch them in choke points, as well as you can't sleep on Cosmic Divide on Ascent, man. One proper Cosmic Divide literally cuts off the same point for B and A if placed correctly. So just amazing plays. I love Astro as well as a smoker main, alternated between Omen, but you know that this is also the same lineup we saw before, which was Todak and Kizuna.
Yes.
It just works. You need the jet, you need the KO.
Yeah, you need to be able to take up that space, and you want to also disable, especially on B side or even A side when you have a Sentinel like, say, Killjoy or even Cypher. That KO will be your saving grace. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into Series 2, keep your eyes on the screen to see whether or not this team, BBP or TeoTeoTeo, will be facing elimination.
But if a team loves Prata and they love SpongeBob, they are here to also say they love Valorant, I hope.
Help me.
With DXN and Shun coming in, only the main players left from this roster with the 3 new substitutes of Josh, Cairo, and In. INF is not in. Yeah, Cairo has subbed him out. Invoke, we did the head-to-head with him and DZ, so my eyes are on you. But the issue is because DZ is not playing the duelist now, he's playing the Killjoy.
Interesting.
That's right. I mean, we also talked about Redla picking up this Reyna. I'm just curious to see.
Oh, Dizzy just waiting. How on earth did he win that? He was distracted by the knife and still managed to. But look at this push from Redla. Will be punished by DXN. Regardless, DXN from the top side, already good for 2.
Classic Demon.
Classic Demon. On top of that, a classic Demon of a Sentinel. Banaf does get one more. We've seen Banaf before on this jet. And it looks so very good. A 3 in the pocket. Shun already down, and Shiba clears out house. And I just realized that TeoTeoTeo also looks like a kissy face.
You know what? You're right.
Can't unsee it.
I hate you, Tash. Like, because my imagination really goes wild most of the time, and this is like, I'm just going to go home and be like,
yikes.
Yikes. You know what? Yikes is a spike for sure. Okay, anyway, back on track here though. We also know, even though Bikini Bottom Pratahouse did go through that roster change and stuff, but TeoTeoTeo came from the Hey Yakiniku phase, right? And that's why like they've played together in Split 1 as well, so they know how things work. And the thing is like, sometimes I feel is when DZ is not on the jet, would it yield the same result? It seems like it might just be double kill coming out from DZ.
This is what we talk about. Players with such good aim. What can they do on a Sentinel? It gives them so much space to play as aggressively as they want without the responsibility of taking up space and dying so early. Now this works so very well, especially with Banaf, and Cairo tries to go for the backstab, but it's just so unfortunate that he whiffs.
Yeah, everyone surviving for TeoTeoTeo is just massive now. Not even just one death. BBP, you got to make those rifle rounds count now, especially when you don't have full shields. You are defending, just wait for Teo to, I don't know, just push in. They are trying to combat triple flashes from TeoTeoTeo though. How do you feel about that?
I think it's great, but at the same time, TeoTeoTeo, despite the fact that this is such a defense-heavy map, TeoTeoTeo has just been doing so good, especially on the pistols on attack. It's so hard usually to take with pistols, but they do so very well, understanding and getting the read that BBP is such W gaming, they love playing aggressive and punishing them for it.
Invoke on Guardian. Playing down mid. He's already pushed up pretty far. Spots on the turret will take it off for now. But that's info, at least someone is up at mid. But guess where is the rest of TeoTeoTeo? They already breach up onto A. Spray down out the DXN. It's hot there. Making a quad! That's the turret kill too! Almost an ace! But you gotta know that the last man alive DZ is coming up on Catwalk. Can he give this ace to him?
Oh my god! A turret assist on top of a 3K? Am I dreaming?
Not even an assist, that's just straight up like, I will help you get that quad.
Oh,
Silence.
Yeah. He's coming inside though. But flawless, and the ace will be denied. But what a start!
Absolutely disgusting. And through the smokes too, like they had absolutely no vision. He counted his lucky stars and held down the spray like the champ he was and got them triple just like this. I didn't even spot where the turret got the last kill too.
Yeah,
he was just repositioning.
Yeah, the turret spotted him as he moved inside of the smoke, which is just so unlucky. Let's have a look at that again. So he sprays for one, and he just sprays through the smoke on top of that.
Where's the
And
last
look
one?
at that, he was moving inside and gets caught off guard by the turret.
Okay, so basically that was supposed to be Cairo's kill.
Exactly. the turret took it from him.
The turret is an agent. Guys, change my mind. That's an actual agent on its own. But DXN still kind of relentless. He was pushing out with Shun. These two dual tag team is pretty strong, but now with this swing from Shun trying to assist with his team now, make a triple too. They're all just falling. Red, I'm trying to put on numbers. It's a trade up, but they have last man standing. Did a lot of damage. But BVP is still looking good with 3 men.
What a hold from BBP. Just so aggressive. Good aim by DXN. I remembered that I was saying that DXN was one of the best Sentinels I've seen. Expressed my disappointment when I saw him going into a duelist because he was actually one of the best KGs I've seen so far. And him on this map playing Killjoy once again is just really solidifying what I said about how he plays his hold. And now with only Shun and DXN down, Banaf is just so very low. He can go for at least a plant, consolation prize at least, but we've seen 1v3s happen.
I mean, BBP can... If I'm BBP's side, I just let Banaf take a plant for himself. And one thing's going on for Banaf is that he does have all utilities still available, so that is a good thing.
He can go aggressive, and he can isolate. There's no potential for crossfire to come through,
timing,
even
though.
of how BBP is held together. But yeah, you're right, timing will be his enemy.
Not just timer, I mean like if he wants to get a spike plan for his team, that could be an idea, but maybe he was just trying to get a frag. Understandably, if he even takes out one member, maybe they, maybe he won't have a buy, but you see Shun's alive and he's still got crest. Even his team can afford to buy for him. This is where now the lead starts to grow. When you know the pistol round is done, the bonus round is done already, this is where it will start to roll. Like your win rate and your losses, they compound on this interest, and you don't want BBP to start getting those crests and being forced into this eco time and time again if you're T3O.
I think that's why teams tend to go for those timeouts on round 5 and 6, because this is where you start to figure out like how's our credits like, what is how the next round's gonna look like for us. And sometimes that's why we see sometimes thrifties happen, because it's just a change in pace and mindset. After that, I would say
and a lucky
timeouts.
ultimate or two most of the time. It
Yeah,
helps.
also that too. Timing is definitely key here, but time is not moving. I'm wondering if it's going to be a technical timeout or even a pause. There we go, technical pause. So let's talk a little bit about these two teams. And I think when you look at Bikini bottom Pratahouse, what's great about them is their aggression. But you also got to think about TeoTeoTeo. What's great about them? Their read.
Their aggression though, actually?
Their
I have to
aggression, yeah,
disagree.
but it was after the read. But because like if you saw how earlier, how they got Invoke was the fact that they pushed slowly compared to Invoke who just straight up walked up. It's a difference between an aggressive that is just like too aggressive to the point that it eats you back or just bites you back, or an aggression that works out in your favor.
So are you like comparing Shinsei and Zan kind of aggression?
I will not comment on that. I love both players equally.
Did you hear my my bet
No.
on stream? For
No.
let's say I said that if
No.
if
Chat,
Zan
help
no,
me chat.
No, let's see if Zan actually like gets #1 spot
Yeah.
for
For best duelist?
for playoffs. No, for playoffs.
Like literally his team.
He actually has to win bleed, right? So
Oh,
if he
yeah.
gets it, I'll just buy him webcam.
No way.
Yeah, just one. Just a simple
Why?
logic. Because you know why? Because I gave him so much crap for his $5 webcam. He uses his phone.
Oh.
So and he's sometimes when you see Zan's on cam, but he's like freezing 5 frames per second kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I feel for him and be like, hey, maybe I just get you a webcam. You can start streaming as well. People love your plays. It started as a joke, but I feel like I could commit to this. It's just a webcam. I feel I'm still using the same, and just a small little bet. But knowing how Bleed is so strong, you know, I'm just kind of confident that he's not gonna deliver, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But anyway, back to these two teams.
Honestly, I think that for DXN on this Sentinel, I mean, as a duelist as well, look at how much space he can take, how much responsibility is off his shoulders in terms of taking up space and getting those first picks. Just about that hole, about that aim, just winning those aim duels, so very clean. I'm waiting for that Dizzy and Benaf pop-off. I haven't seen it quite yet.
I'm gonna see a lot of highlights of Benaf popping off himself already.
yeah.
But running off what you said on that, they get the info first before they commit to an overheat. Sometimes Benaf does overheat. The thing is like, but it's not as explosive as Shinsei or Zan sometimes. So he's backed up more with his team most of the time. And because of those calculated plays, he usually wins the round for his team. But right now, they're not in the right position to make too much risky plays because both these teams are in danger of relegation.
Yeah.
Sorry, elimination. But
Let's see, DXN, always great for that frag, and Dizzy as well, but now for one more. Not sure what happened during that break, but they have all the information they need. What a spray to a mid-side.
Okay.
Shiba. Punishing with that Marshall. Looks so good as a one-on-one.
how did T3O whittle BPV down to this much?
It's just really interesting. And DXN from the backside, what a backstab. Clean round taken away. And I think that in this situation, DXN, I think DXN, it just shows, you know, between these two teams, the experience. When you look at how DXN or Shun play, they've been playing on the big stage for quite some time now. The competitive knowledge is available to them. It's a very different pacing than what you would see from Josh, Cairo, or even Invoke, who are a little bit more aggressive, but it supplements each other, honestly.
It's funny how the universe balances itself sometimes. Like you do need a little bit of the overheat to cool, to kind of flame your attacks most of the time, right?
Yeah.
It's just amazing because it's 5 players, and seeing how they all comes together as like a big picture is amazing. That's what VALORANT is all about. So these are ultimates now. Obviously, when you got a lockdown, B is the name of the game, and this Trailblazer immediately clear side. That's all they need. They can just run in and then just play it. One person hold down on main, that's about it. Benaf is responsible for, of course, pulling down market, but there's so much commotion. They know probably all of T3O is on site, and BBP is ready for the retake.
There is at least one playing on main at the very least, and Chetla with the opening onto Josh. Cairo trades back, finds Shiba. Redla the reposition with his utility just looking so good, but Invoke will stop him in the end. But now holding in from lane is also branded at the same time. It's going to be very dangerous as you move through the smoke. An Invoke already smelling a rat. Reposition. Nice hold by Benaf. Nice little micro angle. Or another micro position rather.
Micro adjustments to call it.
Yes.
Because those are crispy headshots. To say even he held out a little bit of the spray. I already said that like the lockdown is so good. The moment the Trailblazer spotted, I think it was Invoke, right? Bolting back into CT, he already knows that the site is clear and they can preemptively just go into site. They don't even need to spread out their defenses that much. But Benaf Oh, sorry, it was Redla first. Remember, he actually got a triple kill with the Empress. So that was already massive value. And they are still tied. These teams are actually playing head-to-head.
And it's actually crazy because if you look at how Redla plays just now, if someone were to re-peek, they should have been punished. But there's just little movements that's really catching them off guard. And the Trailblazer immediately finds someone. Unfortunately, no concuss, but that's enough information they need. Seekers are out. Gonna help them out a little bit. And Banaf already on the side, taking up that space. Standard take, rather. But the recon does spot out one person. Shiba moving forward. Shun playing to the smoke. Then he wants to actually move out. He catches off guard. He still gets in the end, but Redla and Dizzy saves the day, Josh.
What?
From Garage, sorry, from Barket. Already 3 in the pocket, supplementing his teammates. Will be wall banging through. So just gun, try not to waste time.
10 bullets.
Yep. But here comes the Cosmic Divide as well. Not gonna make it a lot easier. Josh can play 300 IQ, but then Concuss wins in the end. A 4 in the pocket for Josh and a statement.
You know, it's never a prouder day to be called Josh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because that's my real name too. By the way, shout out to you, Josh. Lovely 4K. Appreciate you, man. Take it to another level. BBP is here. And you know what's the funny part? You can all go to get Prata when this is done. And this is BBP we're talking about. Like, if they are the one that wins the series, it forces them into a 3-way tie. So TeoTeoTeo knows that this is also, the ball is sort of in their courts to make this as clean as possible. But that was something when the camera panned to Josh. He's gotten a triple kill just like this from Market.
Yeah.
I wish we got an early POV, but that's just beautiful coordination by BBP.
Honestly, BBP, that's what I talked about in terms of their comms and how they worked with it. BBP, I feel like BBP, there's a lot of chatter about them in the last few weeks. About individual play.
Josh, my man!
Exactly. And it looks so very good. Dizzy trades, Invoke trades back.
Okay,
Invoke for 2. And he is looking like he's finally warming up.
Oh, man.
Gets gun as well. Nice little reposition. Doesn't spot anyone on top cat, so what can you do with this information?
I feel like that double kill shouldn't have been given onto Invoke like this. It was almost free. I feel like, yes, this was equal round. More of a save round coming from TeoTeoTeo, but should make it a little bit harder for BBP.
You can't blame them, honestly, because those are just nice taps. Invoke taking that damage undeterred, and Cairo trades back. And look at this one, exactly the nice 1-2 tag coming around here, how they work together. As we saw Dizzy get a double at mid, Invoke also takes it back. Because how they move is like, okay, we died here, push, 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 catch them off guard. And that aggression is looking so great, and this is happening throughout the entire board.
This might just be the formula for success for BBP after this change, if they so decide to stick out with this roster. But of course, we're not counting TeoTeoTeo just... I mean, counting out just yet, it's just 2 rounds deficit. After all, they are also here to make a name of themselves. After their performance of Hey Yakiniku in Split 1, we know that they are super good.
Oh, that push from Invoke just catches them off guard, but it doesn't really matter when Josh can take a 3. Invoke gave him so much space to work with. Running forward here, and Dizzy finds Josh in the end, not allowing any more multi-frags. There's still only Dizzy to worry about. Where is he? He is so close to the spike. Jump peek first, not to get baited, but he does get tagged for the recon bolt.
Yeah. I mean, now he knows at least there's one up there at mid. But I'd like to try to understand what happened there. 2 seconds in, everyone almost died. But DZ is cracked by himself. Has all utilities still available, but it's not really the most ideal utility. Not even a cross, this is just a double peek at the same angle. But he decides to try to challenge and loses it right now. God, BBP, that was absolute perfection. They traded out to make sure it's a 2v1 situation at the final point. DZ tried to equalize the numbers, but it was too much. It was a 3v1 at one point, actually.
BBP, this map looks so good. And on top of that, this is TeoTeoTeo's map pick. Probably already microscoped. Homework done. And DXN 12-5.
Yeah, understood the assignment, eh?
Yeah.
So, the lead starts to grow, and it's not something I expected out of BBP. I would think that TeoTeoTeo would at least take the lead, but maybe not by a huge margin. Now they're gonna attempt B again. It's in space, but not taken, but DXN holds out like the true sentinel he is. Repositions, very risky one, winning paranoia, but right now, Brandon gonna be assisted by Invoke, but he takes him out first.
That's a nasty weapon to deal with, but DXN!
My God.
Cairo, Shun, the firing squad! They didn't even set foot into the site.
Like, what the hell happened there? it looks like a default play, right? You see Banav, now in Cloudburst up there, Generator pops up there, and it's like DXN is just ready to receive him. And the thing is like, Invoke decided to commit down. He jumped out from Generator to try to challenge DXN, who was holding down side. Bad idea, I'd feel. Gotta wait for the team to actually come in and assist with more utilities.
Yeah, he was a little bit too aggressive. His teammates weren't able to catch up with him. We've seen his isolation plays before us a little bit too much, and BBP just took full advantage of it. Look at how many utils on A main already, and this time around BBP wants to take all that space. And that's exactly why they do not want to allow that lockdown 2 come through. DXN barely getting hit by it, but you know what? It doesn't really matter to him. They can just reposition. Josh playing inside of heaven. Josh already getting a pick. A nice reposition. The Nebula not allowing. He sprays out. This time around, will be traded out by Redla.
Ooh, Josh whiffing a little bit on the initial spray, but still enough time to take out DZ first. Here comes the return lockdown, try to force them all out. The spike is not planted, but Shiba somehow is running up to heaven. They'll try to pinch her, but they find Cairo. Cairo also down before traded out by Redla. Gotta remember, this is Empress. Gotta be doing a lot of work, but found by Invoke. It's just time to shine now in this 1 versus 1 situation. He's ready for the pick, and obviously Shiba is dropping. He can hear the sound cues, but a whiff.
Playing inside the crowd first. Just going for time. They heard the information already, and Shiba wins it in the end.
Shiba got so lucky there. I cannot comprehend how insanely lucky he was. He initially dodged and operated a shot first by DXN and comes down 1v1 with Invoke, where Invoke gave away his positioning with that footstep. Good movements here by Shiba.
Honestly, if Invoke didn't have that footstep, it would have been in the bag. It was just so unfortunate. Probably a misclick, perhaps. But in this situation, at least TeoTeoTeo is able to take back. Perhaps this is the momentum killer that they needed to do. Put him back in their hands. Probably another round in their favor. Could look a little bit more equalized as we go into the second half. Regardless, Banav this time on the aggressive push onto Top Cat. Surprised that no one challenged him here. But for BBP, it's a nice change in pace. Trailblazer out. He's got picked, but it does give away his position, at least as an op. Has to give up the space onto Pizza. And then Brandon, that is a ballsy play, but Banav as well.
Paid off too, Brandon. Haven't seen him much on the kill feed that when it matters on an impact frag, but that was one for sure. Taking on Operator and still having man advantage in the final stages of this first half. Make it down to a 4v2, still looking strong for T3O.
Nice splash comes out and Cairo takes it. Brandon does get shown in the end. Cairo versus Brandon and Shiba. Look at the top out there, right? Shiba as well. And that's kind of like the beauty of having this guy, not only for the recon but also for the top up.
You know what's funny? It's
2
last round.
bullets in the thing, and I think he repositioned, gave him all the information he needs. Nice knife as well. As a null command, gives him a lot of space, gonna clear out one area. He does see some shots. He's so very low. Brandon can't use his utils. He has to rely on straight aim. His teammate is ready for the trade. Nice cross.
So low.
He has to be careful. Comes out here, they know he's there. He's running out of time. Gets him a paranoia. Brandon goes down, switches his gun, but look at that, no one is pushing out, and everyone will die to a spike.
That is a good round now for T3O. It really came down to the wire. They were losing so many members in a short span of time. I was worried for them. But after seeing that they were already so close in B-side for this plan, I was be like, yeah, Bikini Bottom Pratahouse cannot react to this in time, especially with the number of people left alive. And plus, like, it was the last round too, so it don't matter that they actually just died. The round's over, still as close as it can be. Now I want to see how TeoTeoTeo does on the defense.
And these two teams, very different styles of gameplay, but yet both as lethal. While it looks like BBP was taking so many rounds in a row, TeoTeoTeo still managed to hold out 7-5, but
commendable.
Commendable. And now TeoTeoTeo on defense, and we know that on defense this map is a little bit less complicated, I believe. But let's see if BBP looks better on the aggressive stance. And look at the damage already done by Banav. A tag onto Cairo.
Yeah, I already said I want to see how TeoTeoTeo does on defense. But the thing is, I can't decide between 2 of these teams. I'm on the offense.
Oh man. Suppress comes out, but look at the non-commit here. And we always talk about this on attack, right?
Yeah.
When the utils come out, we want to see a commit. But no follow-up just yet. But Shun, this is exactly why they put through that knife out.
That's a
nice
question.
little fake as well onto the site. And now everyone trying to rotate, but it's a long rotate, and DXM was holding up B main.
Oh
Finds
my
Shiba.
God.
A nice little fade to come through, but DZ was still on B side. Probably catching DXM off guard, and the idea probably DZ was there because thinking that it might be a second fake.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's no longer there. After the moment the spike came down, they know that the jig is up. It was at A all along, but Nav has tagged one bullet, that's it. But I don't know if they have enough firepower to not only kill the members of BBP, but also stick a defuse. But here we go.
Both on Heaven. Coming through. It's so hard to really figure out where exactly Invoke's gonna be. A nice change in elevation in their cross catches them off guard. How do you flick that? It's almost impossible.
Literally, having man advantage is always the formula to success when it comes down to like the second half of the round itself, the timer, you know, the objective, especially for a retake, so hard, especially for when you are planted on A. There's so many angles to hide compared to a B-side take. But those were just pistol rounds, right? We move into the anti-eco. This is where it's most important right now for BBP to secure one more round for T3O. Then, you know, try to pull out the end. Like, I have my leg on a limb right now for BBP because they're showing up performance that I'm not expecting at all.
Especially with that roster change. It looks so good for them. They already have full control off grass, coming up onto tree. With that area smoked up, Shiba nearly gets spotted out by the turret.
Let it pump.
But Brandon's this very nasty angle come through here. He needs to get that pick, but Invoke just pre-fires! He already suspected it.
That was a 50-50 angle too. But of course, a disgusting shot is rewarded with a nasty trade. Beautiful stuff coming from Benev, and he is still alive. Double tap from the Sheriff. I wish we got that angle. Both very commendable plays coming from BBP and T3O.
Look at where the other members of BBP are. They're just so okay and just walking all over the map. They're so confident. And Shun coming through. What a tap! Gets the spike, but will be traded out by Dizzy at least. Spike dropped once again.
Guys.
And they're holding this angle so very well.
Guys, it's high noon, man. It's just Sheriff shots. It's high noon somewhere in the world. Can he get a beautiful shot into Josh? He's so low.
Yes, he does.
One enemy remaining.
Have to really worry about one more player. DXN all alone. He does get spotted out. Dizzy, what a play. Slicing every single angle like a pizza.
It's high noon, guys. Why need Vandal when you get pistol? Like, these guys are built diff on these Sheriffs, though. Stolen one away from Bikini Bottom Pratahouse when we talk about the anti-eco should work in their favor. Man, T3O comes out and surprises us like this. And they get the rifles first.
But BBP, not necessarily the end of the world. I mean, we've seen them come up on top with not the best guns. But with Invoke on this Marshall, let's see if we can get some value out of it. Shun as well. Very aggressive buy. As the rest of the teams will be saving up for the rifles instead. Now, look at where Banaf is playing so aggressively to the front, but Invoke punishes him for it. Read like a book. Perfect starting, but Redla as well with 2 already.
That's a flick, by the way.
Take up so much space on this area. Get 1 more, get 4. Shun brings this in. What it is!
Beautiful stuff coming out from this Redla. The discipline from his orbs as well. He didn't even commit. But those shots, 1, 2, 3, all the way down to 4. And we never thought that he'd get the 5th one up there on top mid. Redla showing us the first ace of the day and bringing it closer to BBP.
Redla just really wanting to make a statement here on the second half. Showing us why he decided to play Arena on Ascent. This double duelist comp looking so good for them. Taking up so much space on main.
Yeah.
And just taking out TeoTeoTeo. Looks like BBP 1 by 1.
That was the Redla show for sure. Like, nothing else needed on their end. No utilities from his teammates to help him. He's just on pure aim. And that's the beauty of a Red. But here we go.
Oh, Banaf gets pulled out here. Shun already on the side. He opens up onto Brandon. Without less smokes now, it's so hard for him to really go for that retake. As Shun goes for the plant. You can already see they're prepping the stars. Waiting for the push out with the flash. And look at the Odin come through. Invoke holding. That's all the information he needs. Has not shot quite yet. Does not want to be countered. They're trying to clear hell. But Invoke's on top of Heaven. And he just gets him in the end. What a spray. What on earth is happening?
That was a clip for sure. He didn't see even the bullets hitting on the body. But I don't know how Redline's gonna now commit here. He made magic the previous round by instantly addressed there by Shiba. Cairo double, 2-on-2. The timer is ticking down. They know both of them were up at main. But the Odin doesn't land. It doesn't sing. The turn, the to push out, but there comes out when it's necessary, and he does have enough time for the defuse. TeoTeoTeo steals another one away from BBP.
My God. I was always saying how crazy guy is the guy to worry about when it comes to an Odin. Clearly, I forgot that Shiba exists.
Hello, that's Shiba, definitely the star of the show. It's just that Banaf was the curtain closer. I would say, damn, what a performance showing up by both of these teams. I'm definitely entertained.
Coming on to this, Shun does have some post-plant ultimates, or rather maybe some entry as well if he wants to. I think for Shun, I think he's been using most of his ultimates for the post-plant. But I really want to see what Riza did earlier on this map again by Shun if possible. But with Banaf this time around, unfortunate that he wasn't able to get a pick as the smoke gone down, but you know, at least it does give them some information that there is an op on mid side here, and Redla wasn't able to push through as well because of that flash, but he does able to come up on top, but will be spotted out by that knife. Shiba again with that Odin, the menace finds Invoke, and Shiba once again will be clearing a market at least just to clear out, give some information to his teammates. I think they spotted out someone on the left side of mid as well.
That's Cairo. Yeah, Cairo was spotted out there. You say Invoke has gotten the objective, but he pushed it a little too far because his teammates weren't keeping up with him just yet.
Unfortunately, does not land that shot. Has to reposition that star, will deter him from playing there.
I think there's still enough firepower for T3O to stop BBP from coming in, if anything. Because they hurt the Sheriffs, so they know that there are somewhat of an eco. They'll play on 40 seconds left before they want to come in on the side. The
They know that Shiba is there. Look at this corner that Shiba is playing. The Ascent takes it, at least. Undeterred by the Odin at all. He knows his teammates are there, but what a push. Redla, Josh do get trades at least. Shiba playing this corner. This is such a nasty weapon to deal with. 9 HP left for DXN. They are going to force the plant at least. The positioning, the weapons, the post plant is there. A cosmic divide as well, just to give him a little bit more space to play. DXN still gets Brandon. Despite the paranoia, Josh gets one more. His teammate very much alive.
Placing swarm
His nano swarm not allowing them to come into the side at all. And the push at the stairs, and he still gets it despite the pull on the gravity well. It's so nasty. DXN is so very low, and Redla, sorry, and Shiba gets it.
What? You thought that's BBP's round to take. They were playing it so well. But Shiba's timing, positioning, and movement, the equation has stolen them yet another round. Shiba, you absolute monster. Holy damn.
I am most shocked that he was pulled by the gravity well. There is the vulnerable. But he was smart positioning. He put himself in the middle so he's able to hold his aim and just sprayed.
And he's playing with the Cosmic Divide too, so he played really smart. He checked there on lane, no one was there, peeked out back onto triple, and saw DXN there. And he peeked out, and the wall bang was good enough. Heavy bullets from Odin, clips it onto him, scores him the clutch. What a god.
Speaking of that, Brandon taking so much damage already. Has to give up that space. I think they're okay with this. TeoTeoTeo going for the retake instead. The positions, they know at least there's one in heaven. Nice little top up by his teammate, Null Command as well. But Shiba, he doesn't care about Null Command. When you are a walking turret, look at the damage he's doing.
That's a Xeno Hunter. Odin doing work. Couldn't be a better day to be called Xeno too. Hot damn, sir. But Invoke is trying to make magic now. He's got an ult too with the Shings. The Shing, you don't connect. But it's gonna be Massacre. Coming in, Shiba has got some space now. Generators in his trial.
Oh, Invoke! The shorty is so nasty! But not for two already? What on earth is happening? Shouldn't play in the corner. A spray to the smoke to the right!
No more.
And he gets catch out right here. A 3-player detained. Not the best situation to be in. Dizzy, undeterred. But
yeah, he just had to find the last man standing, right? So they both give up their lives. But at what cost? The round still needs to go to BBP, and that's the objective. They secure it, although very expensive. You know the hilarious part is that TeoTeoTeo has been getting these streaks, but they got no bank. What's going on here?
Pure, raw aim.
Absolutely. Well, it's Odin though.
Odin, yeah, it's that. But you also have to think about Redla and Dizzy on the Sheriffs. Have been popping heads.
Shiba ain't buying for his teammates too. He's not enough. So it's amazing that BBP still can afford these kind of buys no matter the streak from TeoTeoTeo. Let's see how they push in again. This is so aggressive. Brandon getting sucked in his gravity well, and the drone's gonna assist him. That's a blind timing shot onto Cairo, catches him, and Banaf instantly will trade out his counterpart. 5-on-3 going for this retake, looking strong, but the spike will go down first.
What? An aggressive push by them, and they are so undeterred. Despite this Thrifty, they are so not scared. Pushing through the smokes, a right click, nice upgrade to the gun, and Shiba being the turret.
What is going
the killjoy?
on?
But you have a Shiba!
What's going on, dude? 100 bullets in the chamber, all you need to do is to clip 3 bullets here, 3 bullets there, flick here, flick, and he still gets coupled. Clips another one, lets his teammate just come in and finishes the shot. And the best part is, everyone of TeoTeoTeo is still alive. What is going? What am I witnessing here?
That's a flawless on top. It's not really a Thrifty, but it wasn't the best buy either. They should have lost that. That's why we saw an aggressive push by Bikini bottom Pratahouse.
Yeah.
But TeoTeoTeo was like, we don't care. We just push as well. They can W game, we can W game better.
And you know the only real buy that round was Shiba with the Odin.
Yes.
That was the only buy.
If Shiba didn't buy that Odin, it would have been a whole different story. But I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same results if Shiba was on an Ares.
Why Oris when you can have the bigger brother? And Shiba doesn't, I mean, Shiba has no bounds when you are playing on Ascent, and especially so wall bangable, these walls. He's putting that Odin to work. Like literally all the camera needs to do is just to be on Shiba. Whereas on BBP now, it is their time to respond. They've been doing well the first half. And now are they just countered by just one weapon?
Just the positioning, and look at that. Again, a pop of the head by Shun, by Redlaw for 3 before going down!
God.
What on earth? A spray from Shiba finishes the game! Are you kidding me?
Guys.
This is nasty! I need 10 showers! I can't right now!
It's 2:30. Yeah, guys, the Odin again gets the final clip. Somebody call 911. That's the scoreline right now because this is illegal. Arrest this man. He's sitting on 7 grand. Haven't really died the past few rounds. Not really the top of the kill feed, but very impactful frags.
Redlaw, this aggression is not really flashy Reina plays.
Yeah.
It's not even a dismiss. It's straight up him just popping hits, playing aim labs.
What's going on with BBP? Like, they're on attack, but there's no plan. It seems to be a bum rush most of the time. They are repeating what's been failed. Where's the mid push? Where's the split? B and A main. Get one frag, you know, rotate out. They're giving TeoTeoTeo like all the space and information they need to close in onto BBP every single time.
Ew! Shiba! But Shun does answer back at least. It's already a 2 for 2. Not quite sure what happened there. Because it was like multiple pushes at the same time. Skirmishes throughout the map. B main and mid. Also on A. The Extend with the ultimate. We might see an explosive play come here. But they do not have Banaf. It's gonna be a whole different story at least.
I mean, they don't have... oh yeah, they don't have enough. I was thinking that BBP...
No, sorry, they don't have Invoke.
They don't have Invoke, but the
Invoke.
lockdown should be enough to get them the entry, right?
Yeah.
So it's clean, but they haven't really like cleared out the right side of heaven. But it doesn't matter. All I need to do is to just get in, get out, because their Killjoy is still alive. But now the mid doors are... I mean, the short doors are actually open too. And Cosmic Device up to assist with this post, but then Shun has already kind of make it easier for his team.
Look at Shun. He's pushing forward. Nice cross, nice hold. Shiba with the Odin. Everything's well bangable. It's so hard to hold and hide when you are against this man. But the rate of fire will give them that value at least. So Shiba wasn't able to get flick onto that unless he had pre-fired.
Enemies close.
I agree. When everything's bangable there, why change weapons? Shiba just rinse and repeat.
He got another one.
Another one. And he can get another one too next round if he loses.
Oh man.
And he's one orb away from his Seekers.
Oh
man. Or is that 2?
One.
No, that's 2. Oh, one?
It's 1.
It's still 7 for Sky. Okay, he's broken. She's broken still, sorry. But the team is from BBP is still holding on somehow with buys. I would think they would be forcing an eco again, but I think the lost streak kind of gave them enough pressure and it clips onto some of them. Not low enough though, you might argue. And the only impactful all this on Shun with his Hunter's Fury.
What's great about him playing that angle with the Odin is that it puts a lot of pressure. It's so hard to rotate in and straight into the arms of Banaf. These holds from TeoTeoTeo are just so massive. It's just you don't really see a movement from them. It's just great trickle discipline. A nice pick and then a reposition. You think you're safe, but that movement from them makes it so hard to check. And Brando, that jump pick gets picked off by Shun and Cairo despite that. But now for 3 already, Shun for 1 more. They're already on the site. Nice push, 2-3. Not allowing Banaf to come through from the other side.
They should know that Banaf is clipped, right?
Yep,
So
they have the information. He's so very low. They know there's 1 more mid here.
Spot.
They are going to be pushed out. They don't have the spike. The problem is that's why they're trying to go outside. Cairo pushing out, trying to be aggressive as possible. Him against Dizzy, against the world. Battle of the aims. They're both out of utilities. Who makes that first contact will be important. Who can outplay this?
30 seconds
And both
left.
teams are not going to move. For
Kinda
Dizzy,
weird
he doesn't have to worry about anything because he's on defense. He doesn't have to show himself.
exactly. And he's the Sentinel too, so he can wait for his turret for a refill, and then he's got the alarm bot, so they can play it out. And he's making the right read, reading onto Cairo, going up onto his side. And A's side, and he hears the doors coming down. He's near Wade, okay, taking some time to put his alarm bot, and he'll let the plant go down.
Exactly where he is. That knife as well is not going to allow him to use his utils. He's on top. He doesn't know! And that's the beauty of a nice position on the top side. Nice outplay by Jizzy.
You also need good movements, by the way, where a lot of people actually miss that jump onto Generator. So it's good. He landed onto there. It's pretty silent. He heard nothing. And TeoTeoTeo taking it away from BBP after a stellar performance streak from Bikini bottom Pratahouse. Now put to a halt.
Yeah, for TeoTeoTeo, it took them a while to really figure out what exactly BBP is trying to do. But once they figure out, they take it back. You see positionings and changes by BBP. TeoTeoTeo were just pretty much ready for it. And on top of that, look at what TeoTeoTeo has for the finisher. 5 ultimates. This is going to be especially nasty, and I'm sure BBP is very aware what they can do.
You know what's funny? They say if you love something, set it free. If he loves you back, he comes back. That's the lead.
Aggressive push coming through here by Redland. Josh punishes him. A great opening from both sides. Brandon as well will be found. Invoke has 1 more. Brandon for 2. DXN with the Guardian. Gets a pop on the head.
Yep.
I was surprised that all the ultimates were not popped immediately, but it is what it is.
No. What?
Through the door in the smoke! What is happening? But now straight onto the side. Yeah, the turrets come through. DXN still holding on for dear life. He wants to go another round. A flash as those Seekers were popped out here. Him against Shiba. We've seen these two play against each other before, and BBP go another round.
It's not over, guys. DXN, the Dawn himself, is up to play. It's still very, very dangerous for BBP, but there's only 1 out used by T3O. You were talking about more outs, right? So this is another saving grace, because the worst thing that can happen right now for TeoTeoTeo is an overtime.
Yeah, and overtime is honestly a reset to the mental as well. So for BBP, they want to get the overtime. For TeoTeoTeo, they just want to go next.
It's just the basics. Like that should have been one going out for a BBP to take that, right? Like TeoTeoTeo had a good reposition, right? 1 push out to Y, got a good kill, and then suddenly what happened there on side? We opened up hot already with Invoke double. Took him some time to start cooking, but he's gotten a good opening for 2.
This is a really great situation for BBP. They read how exactly and how aggressively TeoTeoTeo played. It was the same set play on A main. And this time around, with 3 players, it's going to be really hard for retake. But look at this angle by DXN. He seems to be winning this aim duels. Not good for 2, 6 HP. Hunter's Fury is out. Cairo gets 1 more. Looks at Cairo for 2. A flawless, huge. We're going to overtime.
What a way to end the series here. We are only first map in the final series of the day. And we're having these 2 teams duke it out. As obviously the most impactful match, because you determine who is going to be eliminated, or if BBP wins the series, you got a 3-way tie, almost a 3-way tie. But this is the mental reset. We wanted to see this. Now they're both playing on even grounds. No operator attempted onto both sides just yet. No timeouts even. They're here to just play. It's been pretty messy for some of these rounds. It really came down to just raw dogfighting.
Honestly, for these teams as well, perhaps they don't really need that. They don't really have coaches either, so they're just kind of like figuring out on the go. Regardless, they hear the pop of the leader and Invoke aggressive, just pushing forward, gets 2. Did not even move. Just straight aggressive pressure put out there.
Spray control disappeared from DZ. But he couldn't land a shot onto Invoke at all, and he's doing so much work. He started both these rounds with double kills, straight up. And is it impactful? We have to find out, because now TeoTeoTeo has to attack with a man deficit here.
Oh, but now, what a nice lurk onto mid, but Josh does answer back at the very least.
Wow.
Already 3 in the pocket for Invoke Redla. Finding him in the end.
Oh.
He has 2 more players for BBP to worry about. He can go for a 1v2, but Josh, we have seen him really good at just tying up those loose ends.
Good open round there for Josh. Like, he catches Redla just looking onto market. This was just unlucky for Redla because there's so many angles to check. So one thing that's super fortunate was that Josh actually ready to receive. Was that Invoke up at mid? No, it was not Invoke. It was actually Shun. Got his back turned because Redla pushed in, right? Open nav. So this is just super, super important. All these minor details adds up to the round win because every trade is so important right now for BBP. They cannot get into these 1 versus 1 situation after knowing what they can do with DZ. What DZ can do, sorry.
I think it's also the fact that everyone was so hyper fixated on on B main, that it allowed so much space for him to really just go for the backstab. But this time around, it's a different timing for the team. They're not as fast anymore. It's not as aggressive. The change in pace. And the knife spots up enough. He doesn't have the dash, he doesn't have the cloud burst, but it's enough for him to play it really sneakily on the backside. Gets 2 before finally going down to the fragment. Redla for 1 more, and DXN catches Dizzy in the mid lurk on B side. And 1 more Shiba with the Odin once again, and DXN so very low. He was not even with his team. He was trying to go for that lurk here, but it's so hard. He gets to isolate, at least from Redla. And this is where things get really serious. If DXN is able to get the isolate, it might be a whole different story, but he has a lot of time. With 40 seconds to go, you hear the door being broken down from both sides. The wall bang's also happening. He puts his turret down there, and he's so very low.
He's low.
He has to be careful. And slowly but surely, they're gonna stick together, but Shiba gets it in the end. Nice play.
I mean, they're gonna curse Shiba, man. Disgusting Odin player. But it's enough to bring them into second overtime.
How many overtimes are we gonna get? And this is only the first map.
You know, if I'm forecasting the 3rd map here, I'm just gonna pray that this is the only overtime. I said that this is gonna be a close game, but I never knew it's gonna be a nail biter like this.
It's a lot of things going on here, and I think what my favorite thing about MYSG is that how creative these players are. You can tell that the coaches have been really keeping up with so many leagues from so many different regions. You see it translated into their own way, their own creative way of coming onto this game. Regardless, still going for that close play, a default will be what they're going to go for, at least for TeoTeoTeo.
Big movements here now.
Look at the knife come through by Cairo. Jump peeks first before he reacts. And it shows that in terms of utility, they want to make sure that every utility counts. Every utility will get that follow-up, and every utility will translate into an impactful moment for them. But I think A will be the hit, because you can see the other members of PvP has not been pushing up this time. And it's been posing a problem to TeoTeoTeo, because they cannot get the information to react to it.
I'm gonna just give a big shout out to Kodan again, just giving us these statistics. If TeoTeoTeo it loses to BBP, Todak is eliminated 100% because of map differences. That is one of our metrics for tiebreakers. But let's just lie in hope right now that TeoTeoTeo can still come through against BBP.
Look at this, Shiba already wall banging, but the Ascent punishes him for it. But now trades, Invoke is there at least for the trade.
Yeah, this choke point here is just so detrimental for TeoTeoTeo. They come in, they'll be firing squad, but TeoTeoTeo still comes out on top here. Not when BBP just retaliates like this.
But now is so low.
And not enough time.
No time. It's so hard for him to do anything.
10 seconds left.
All BBP has to do is just hold, and that's the wall bang in reaction to the Aldrone. See how he immediately gets attacked and leaves his Aldrone.
Switching sides.
Let's see if BBP can actually get this in the end.
Now BBP has match point again. That's the same thing that happened last time. And TeoTeoTeo has never gotten a match point in favor of them just yet. So if TeoTeoTeo equalizes, they need to really take some time to think about the next round. But of course, if you're a BBP supporter, hey, finish this, bring this game 2, and call it a day. Fracture is the next map, in case you guys don't know. And we haven't seen a Fracture today just yet. But are we going to get there? Or is this going to be a 3rd overtime?
You can hear the roar of the Odin from Shiba. There's nothing more annoying than that because it's so hard to take back that space that's held. And Banaf will take away that space away from Invoke. And that's a huge and massive pick, honestly, because you need Invoke to take up that space. His firepower has been huge. Redla as well. I think TeoTeoTeo is going back to just playing the holding game. It looks so good on them.
They know him for his one tap. It was just one, but he goes tagged. So 2 members down from BBP now is the best way that TeoTeoTeo can start this.
Oh man. Timing not great for Redla. He thought it was clear. He tries to go back to safety.
Yeah, if he held a little longer, in hindsight, it could have been working out. But DXN already got double on his belt. And he himself equalized this out. The moment that TeoTeoTeo had that advantage, it let it slip. And DXN still has all his utilities to get on site, hold a good post plant. But DZ will try to hold this down like a fort.
And DXN, we know that he's the player for the frag potential, so good at aim jewels as well. Now on this Killjoy, the lockdown in place, this might be the best situation for him, but look at DZ, undeterred at all by the utility, sprays out.
I told you, man, hold down like a fort he will, and hold down like a fort he did. He's done the damage, and we will most likely be getting into further overtime. Kairos on side, yeah, it doesn't matter. You know, it's not there. The wall bang is probably good enough here, I guess. Eclipse him just enough, and DZ will finish it out with a third. Beautiful plays coming out from TeoTeoTeo. Honestly, this was DZ's round. We thought that DXN could have equalized the odds and put it in BBP's favor, but no. TeoTeoTeo can definitely put their experience up to the plate and bring it to third overtime, like I mentioned.
Both teams looking so good on the defense.
Switching sides.
But
Overtime.
when we started off the game, BBP was a team that looked so good on attack. And now they're struggling. It's as though TeoTeoTeo has finally figured out how exactly to deal with their aggressive plays, which is to hold those choke points, those angles, and just wait for them to just push through.
They traded these rounds like there was no tomorrow, so it's definitely hard to get a rhythm onto how these teams are gonna phase out, right? Because we can't predict Banef, Redla, DZ, and DXN sometimes. You don't know where the positions would be and what the trades are. But this is a fast push out now for BBP, and Shun is rewarded with a double. A good one to open up for BBP again. I don't know, usually within 5 seconds, TeoTeoTeo will lose members. But DZ is trying to do it again. Invoke, address their catwalk. This is a push that I think that BBP was not expecting.
A very unfortunate situation for TeoTeoTeo, losing their smoker and their duelist. Invoke down though, but it doesn't really matter. DXN taking a lot of damage. But so long as they're alive, it's enough firepower for them. Timing. Still a lot of time for them to work with. Coming in toward tree, and DZ, he's already spotted or at least heard the sounds coming in from tree. The flash is through, they do push out.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they have to give up that space.
They're running through though, and they have to rely on
Chasing
Shiba.
him! Oh my god!
No, but then they just gave away these other positionings for T3O. Even though it's open one, there was one kill up on site, but the rest of BBP was just ready to receive there onto Garden.
Match point.
I think they should have just been playing together, but they split. Well, worst decision I could have imagined, because now you just leave one of your teammates open up on site and anyone could peek out under heaven, you know, out of generator, and that's where they lost his team. Yes, they chased. I don't know who that was. Was that Invoke there? I don't remember who was that on Garden. They chased there. Yes, 2v1, but the rest of your team just died.
Yeah, it's so good. That chase is good because it does not allow him a reposition, takes him out, and denies the recon. They're understanding what this agent can help for the team. And this time around, it's going to be an A hit, and it's going to be a very, very fast one for BBP. The double duelist comp might work really well, but Redla playing inside just sprays through. Josh trades, and here comes Invoke as well. 30 HP left for Invoke, but this man knows no bounds. He takes up the space. He wants to challenge Shiba, but you do not challenge this man on top of heaven. DXN finds this enough, and they go for the spray. DXN for 2 already, and now it's down to Shiba all alone. What can he do? He sprays out, stops, deplants, and Josh brings it back. 16-14, BBP's favor.
You know what? I feel like this team has had it. You can tell by the way they're playing. The W Gaming is over 9,000. They've done. Shiba put in a lot of work, but it wasn't enough. And I felt that TeoTeoTeo has put all their might into this. It's still well played though, but we have to move into Fracture nonetheless. And I'm so glad that BBP has showed us a stellar performance here on Map 1.
Honestly, BBP with their brand new roster showing us that there is no excuse for changing up a roster. We have to perform and they are here to play. And on top of that, they were just done with the Odin, honestly. Let's be real here.
They were not just done with the Odin, that they'll be like, okay, you showed us an insane clutch, and it was just 1, 2, 3 rounds that the Odin was having more impact than it should. So, like, they were cutting it close. But thank God that BBP had an okay lead. Remember, they finished first half with 7-5 early on, even though TeoTeoTeo was stealing 2, 3, 4 rounds. But remember, even though they had a 5 round in a row streak, they didn't have creds. If only they were not forced into that eco roughly about round 17 or 18, things might have been very different.
But honestly, you have to commend TeoTeoTeo. I think they are one of those teams that not TeoTeoTeo, just both teams, honestly. Even on thrifty rounds, even on rounds that they don't have the guns, they're on shares and they're just popping heads. It's just great, just aim, just raw aim and potential, just outplays on outplays for these two teams. They are definitely on the same level. The style of play is also very, very similar. They're just both reading up each other, which is what led us into this overtime to begin with.
And that's the thing about high level plays, is that trades are actually this fast. You guys need to understand that they have to position themselves in the right place at the right time for trades and receiving the playoffs, you know. So that's why you see whenever there is a skirmish, there will be at least 4 bodies hitting the floor at one time. That's why the rest of the round was like, what, 3 versus 3? No, 2 versus 2 most of the time. So it was really hard to get a read on the skill in whichever way it will tip. But right now, it's just that BBP were closing out just because TeoTeoTeo were probably just done when BBP always gets match point first.
Yeah, and on top of that, TeoTeoTeo with that thrifty, that was exactly the impactful round that I was talking about, where Dizzy was able to just pop 3 heads in a row with that Sheriff on mid was just so nasty. But let's have a look at the MVP here. DXN coming up on top with 3-5. Now, I feel like DXN tends to really top frag once he's playing that Sentinel, because he just doesn't have that I would say that doesn't have that responsibility to take up space and being taken out. But for Banaf though, he was playing out of his mind. While we did see Shiba doing so much work and Redla as well with that ace, it was Banaf that was not only taking up space but great for that first contact.
So every single player from these teams, when we see them in a position, you know that an objective was had, and it actually gave space for the team to respond, right? And it's just good execution. There was no let-ups or anything. It really came down to just raw gunfight once the positions were held. Minor mistakes here and there, but it's not really, I would say it's not really that important when it comes down to the grand scheme of things, especially how the rounds turned out. You know, ultimates were used, lockdown will push people back, and you know, it's just really not textbook plays coming in, but comes out to actual raw gun duels. You look at the lineup of BBP and it's like BBP and TeoTeoTeo, it's literally a lot of them are ranked demons, so you can expect these headshots to be really crisp.
Yeah, their headshots have been very crisp, and I think that in this situation, it's a lot of skirmishes happening throughout the map as well. It was never really a 5-on-5 unless it was like retakes or even explosive plays. Regardless, two very similar style play teams, and this is what we had in overtime up to round, I don't know how many rounds it was.
16, 14?
Yeah, it was pretty close.
30
honestly.
rounds.
Yeah, 30 rounds. So 30 rounds.
Yep.
So it was honestly a very interesting match to watch. Regardless, gonna take a quick break. Let's see if it's gonna be a 2-0 or a 2-1 like he predicted. I'll see you guys in a bit for VCT MYSG Split 2.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm the IGL of Team Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, and I play Control Agents. So, fun fact about this team, there are 2 things that we have in common. We love Prata and we love SpongeBob. Therefore, when we mix 2 things together, it becomes Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. So, Muzi is the duelist of our team, and he previously was from Hey Yakiniku in Split 1, but that team abandoned him and now we picked him up. He self-proclaimed himself as the best jet within SGMY, so hopefully we'll be able to see some good stats from him in Split 2. The original IGL isn't here, he went overseas, so I'm currently the self-proclaimed IGL, the Media Day IGL, and everyone chose me is because they don't want to be the IGL. It wasn't much of a challenge. Leading team path, and it's easy to be honest. Just felt like a walk in the park. I think Elvia is the most feared after their roster change. All the roster members there are exceptionally good, so should look out for them. So our expectations for Split 2 is to have fun, but to also upset the big teams in the league, especially X10 and Beat.
Hi, I'm Mozi. I'm the duelist for Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. Lexi, who is my identical twin and our TeamSpeak muncher, is one of the only few persons that I know who would order a quadruple cheeseburger from McDonald's. Shun is a very interesting player. When we are down many rounds during the competition, he's one of the few players that will vote F6 when we call for a tactical timeout. I think the team that we want to try to face off is Team RRQ, because we want to see whether we can beat the power of friendship. The first thing that comes to my mind when I'm in a critical moment is just lose and just go on to the next round.
Hi, my name is Jingzhou. My in-game name is Grumble. I'm a flex player for Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. DXN is a very funny guy. In-game, he always swing with no fear, and I think he's gonna destroy everyone. We usually play rank after practice. Sometimes we'll talk to each other outside of the game.
Hi, my name is Gordon. My IG is DXN. I'm currently playing the Sentinel role for Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. Grumble is a very shy and quiet person. However, when he's in the game, he's quite a demon, where he always help our teams to top frag and take a lot of frags. Fun fact about him is he usually sarcastic our teammate, which no people will usually do it because people usually trash the opponent, but for him, he always trash our team duelist, which he always say that he's the best duelist in the whole region, which I also agree with his point. So you guys should watch out for him and also my duelist. I eat McDonald's. My favorite food is McWing. I've been eating McWing since I was young. I never changed any other food, just McWing.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is with Jeet. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Breathe.
The side decided to one more. Scary.
But Sam don't care. Sam wants more.
Oh, he's walking at 2 steps. Vera picking up 3.
What an absolute showstopper to begin the second series of the night between the two teams, TeoTeoTeo and Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. Overtimes on overtimes, and how close this was. Tash Buddy here alongside Xeno Viper. We're your casters for tonight for the VCT Malaysia Singapore Split 2.
Hey, you talk about showstopper and no raise was played that round. That goes to show, right? These teams literally have the caliber to bring this home. Okay, but the thing right now, you guys are not. I did say it's approaching Xeno hours, but I'll just keep you at bay because you're not doing the watch party here today. You are actually casting, so you are experiencing full force of Xeno energy.
But anyways, let's move over to the agent select this time, and we're gonna go to Fracture. And with how aggressively these two teams are playing, I think this is a good map, you know, to go throughout the night. And let's talk a bit about that tiebreaker though.
Yeah, it's actually so much skirmishing though for Fracture, but yes, tiebreaker. We got that information, by the way, that if BBP wins a clean 2-0, Todak is out. Based on based on tiebreaker differences. But if BBP wins 2-1, it's not even enough. BBP will be eliminated.
It's just an unfortunate situation that VBP did not find their sweet spot until later. But looking at this, we're going to see DZ on that Neon. We are just talking about Neons earlier. I'm so glad to see a Neon back on the map. But now coming into these two teams, we have DXN on Cypher this time. And I think I prefer his Killjoy, but I don't know how he's going to be with right now with this new Cypher. Let's see how it goes. And we're going to see the usual lineup, except for Cairo. Double duelist, yes, double duelist.
TeoTeoTeo.
Can work, it can work. It's the double duelist earlier as well for TeoTeoTeo, and I think they really enjoyed the aggressive sort of plays. It worked out for them on Ascent, and it can work out for them again on this map. And I said before, Fracture is very similar to Icebox in a way where aggression wins, whether it be an attack or defense. It's a lurk-heavy map as well. And honestly, if it's a lurk-heavy map, I still prefer seeing a Killjoy.
I mean, it's just reminiscent of Split. There are a lot of angles. They are tight and they are very... they're numerous of them. So the thing about this and what rewards Neon players is sight and space control. So because there's a lot of places to hide and you need a lot of flashes to come in, and sometimes we see Fade making an appearance now and again. You know, that's on the side of BBP, but we don't see it on the TeoTeoTeo side. So they're kind of sacrificing the double duelist for a double initiator from BBP. So there is already a difference. And I think that, you know, it all lies on the shoulders of BBP to try to bring home the bacon, because otherwise, as long as TeoTeoTeo wins this map, it is over for BBP. Todak will qualify. By the way, that is still the goated skin.
Yeah.
I still use them. I don't care what you guys say.
I just like the sound.
I'm sorry we're ADHD. I'm just telling you that this is very stimulating.
It really is.
I actually love the music.
But coming into this, look at this aggressive push here by TeoTeoTeo. But Naf does not come out alive, but Dizzy at least is there to trade Shiba as well. This is full control of tower. Aggressive push, and they know there's only going to be one there. They are okay with giving away the site. They are prepared to fight for main. But look at that. They don't have the preparations for the after plans. But look at DXN try to hold it. But Brandon says, not today, Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, he provided enough support for Redla to come in. And you have to understand that the spike was already halved. So that was just enough time for him to stick it out. Wow, you had to know that Brimstone in this map is one of those few smokers that can shine just because the smoke lasts so much longer than a lot of other smokers.
In a lot of situations as well, we saw the Brimstone play A main after the plant and go for that post plant. But in this situation, Josh unfortunately went down so early because he was playing inside of tower. Perhaps it would be a different... They were expecting an arcade push, honestly.
Launching smoke.
How about DZ gotten the really beautiful double kill out there, right? The towers area. So this is honestly DZ's playground. Every time when I see him on this map, like he's always putting numbers.
The value of a Neon in this map is the fast rotations, the fast lane does so much damage, and the wallbang is coming through. Redla is holding forward, but the Nano Swarm gets one. Just have to spray out onto main. It's two already, and Brandon is playing from the top side.
That's fine. Just take a step back from the Reyna that you fragged out of your mind last round, and you're just going to push in the molly like a true champ. They know, they heard the last bullets were there on DXN, and we're going to make it easy.
Oh, he popped some hits. He popped 2 hits, but not able to pop 3.
5 was left alive at that point. I wasn't even counting. So taking down 2 members is actually pretty good from DXN.
Honestly, for Redla coming onto this Killjoy, it kind of reminds us again of the time where he was playing in Bleed before, when he was running the chamber, how good his lurks were. And it just reminds us again that Redla's headshots, his head pop-in is crazy.
I need to see his headshot percentage again now that you mention it.
I mean, like,
over 20,
compared to before,
30%.
it's a lot different because now we're all focused on the Phantom and the sprays, but it's still very crispy. Regardless, this aggressive push here from TeoTeoTeo will allow them to push out, understanding that they do have the better, not the better guns, but rather they are in deficit. And Shiba gets a nice burst there with the Bulldog. Knows that there are going to be more people on A main at least. Pushes them out. They hear the utils come out as well, stays out of sight. A nice flash. They hear the Prowler as well. Josh, find someone in your canteen. Another spray from Shiba through the smoke as he comes to. Not able to get to Invoker to stop that, but he only has 10 HP left.
Yeah, Shiba just solo flashed there and tried to get lucky with those kills, but the thing is now Neon's also coming in. He tried to get a timing. We've got a relay bolt there. It's actually not going to connect to anyone. The raise is in. Cairo ready to receive there, and a double kill straight up from TeoTeoTeo to clean it down. The Spectres will ring true. Another round going on to TeoTeoTeo's side. Mind you, this was BBP's buy round.
Yeah, and I think that understanding how your guns work is exactly what gave TeoTeoTeo this value here. Putting Shiba to watch the A long is great because he understands how he can burst with that gun in particular. He got 3 before he went down, and then his other teammates rotated. All they had to do is just play the close corners, spray out, and they win it in the end. And honestly, in those close corners, it's so much easier to spray with a Spectre than with a rifle.
Would you call this a good one for TeoTeoTeo though? I mean,
this is a good start for them, honestly.
Yeah, this is BBP's map pick, by the way.
Yeah.
So you can say that TeoTeoTeo lost the Ascent map pick. That is their own map. And this is a good start right now. I just think BBP needs to take some time to really read out their opponent. They can't let a big read. But yo, this is so high octane. What? First invoking places that he shouldn't be. But the thing is, TeoTeoTeo's retaliating. Cairo, 2 bit with shots with the Sheriff start, and he's got an upgrade first. Dude, he can single-handedly win this round if he plays this right.
They went through door, and Dizzy immediately took up that space and held it. And suddenly he was stuck in the corner, and DXN trying to pop hits, and he does. Finds Redla in the mid lurk. They get this that cage just for the gun. He needs to upgrade in the weaponry, and it goes and shows that value. He's trying to isolate all the other members of BBP. He's trying to do that so very well. But Brandon, he's all alone right now. And it's a nice little corner they played in.
Started with Cairo's double tap for the Sheriff. And the invoke was in places, like I said, that yeah, he died first, but they just stole it from TeoTeoTeo. That's the buy. Those Sheriff, I told you, they will literally do damage if you disrespect them. The space in halls immediately just held down the angles. Like I said, it's so annoying. Like every single space that you take is like an inch closer and closer into sight. And the thing is that you can't really push out if you don't have Fade or Trailblazer to try to lock them in, right? And that's just the weakness of TeoTeoTeo's side. They don't have those Trailblazers and Prowlers. Yes, they have Banaf with the nade, but that's about it.
This time around, they are going to go aggressive. Invoke taking full control of the site. And look at how sneaky the angle that Redla is playing. A flash to come through, but look who's there! Redla finds him before he can judge him in the face. Shun at least trades out. Shun for 2 already. They know there's one more inside of Canteen.
Why is this one
Buy
to be
some time for the plant. A re-smoke to come through, and DXN's lurks finally coming online.
Gosh, this is the map that literally lurks. Will be the bane of your existence if there's no flank watchers. Josh dodging the last aftershock there, but this team is just putting in work. Damn.
That's a good pincer as well from Cairo. We talked about hurting earlier, this as well. Not necessarily the most hurting, but they watched different angles, which resulted in crossfires. It's so hard to reposition yourselves when you reposition to another place, someone's already holding that corner. A 3-2, a comeback by BBP, and it's showing us how good they are at playing on attack. It's all about getting those trades, getting that space, and holding it down. And DXN full control of CT on top of that as soon as he managed to get a sight.
2 rounds going away of BBP when it shouldn't have, arguably. But they're still going to keep the octanes level high. Really, it's like there's no room for a breather. You're going in, you want to keep the momentum up. But where is the thin line of balance? You consider overheat. Easy, trying to push out and get lucky, but it obviously is so obvious that this is going to be an instant orbital strike to try to catch outside, but no one is being killed. They are being deafened.
Oh, that's unfortunate. DZ's ultimate was completely wasted. Did not get any value, did not get that space. BBP, their take was just so good, and their post plan even better.
You know the best part, the rest of BBP can see up their own drop. It's so good. They have the tensions up on main as well as TT, but he's got a 3 like you said. This is just so good from BBP. The gamble by TeoTeoTeo to push out the arcade completely gone to waste like you said. That's just 3 rounds handed over BBP like this.
Their idea was to play retakes, stack onto A side, A side, and come in through arcade. But the problem is everyone was on this side.
Okay.
Redla is still at least good for 1. Keeps his gun, nice little consolation prize. But it's not enough for them to take back the rounds.
Can you pay attention to the creds on BBP?
Oh man, they can afford to lose 2 rounds if they want to.
They can buy a house.
Yeah,
invest in a trust fund.
Yeah.
Pay for the kids' education. But goddamn. And this is we equalize here, yes. but obviously Crest in favor for BBP. So sometimes it's not just about the score, it's about the abilities, how many ultimates, and what are the guns. This obviously is so good for BBP.
I have noticed a trend where, for this map in particular, aggressive defense is the way to go, but
Yep. The reason
for
why...
BBP, they're reading it like a book. And again, TeoTeoTeo gets caught off guard.
Yeah.
At least this time around, they're getting that read. They get 2 already.
That's good, but the thing is, there's no one still on site. All the smokes will hinder this vision, but a Nightfall will ring first, and then somehow find Shiba. I'm not sure if that's a smoke kill, because no one is definitely, poking their heads out or anything. But the Nightfall is pretty much rudimental holding it. Let's see the showstopper gets one. It's only good for 1, but is it still enough? 2 on 2 now.
Clears out the corner. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. At least the fast lane gives him a little bit of space, but now displaced over to the other side of the site. Cairo playing with his teammate over on main. Nice cross, a displacement. The wallbang comes through. The damage is enough. Look at that. The timing, so immaculate.
Literally, both bodies hit the floor at the exact same moment. Goes to show, like, that's the fault line was so good. I think it clipped both, if I'm not mistaken, and then it peeked out. He know that one was up that triple, and he held down the spray. Oh, this is BBP, 4 rounds going into them ready. TeoTeoTeo is not in a good spot. I repeat, this is not good for TeoTeoTeo right now.
There is a force buy, a rifle, but all half shields. A frenzy, 2 stingers, as well as the sheriff. DZ can pop hits, but personally, we want to see a Neon with that judge, but you know who we saw with the judge? It's Invoke. With the opening onto Dizzy, they punish him for it. Rolling Thunder, he jumps up, Invoke for 2 HP. He should not have survived. Goes down to Shiba at least. Shiba for 2. My frenzy doesn't do that. That is nasty.
He literally went into a state of frenzy. We see that Invoke just dodged like a god, but somehow still falls. So obviously Shiba is built diff. But that is still now that BBP still got a plant. Cairo ready to see if he can get a flick now. And still gets the kill just in time. Cairo barely tagged down.
Cairo pushing up. No movement to set. The flash comes out. Nice hold, but Shiba just a little bit more prepared. Sprays out, but Naf is there for the trade, and TeoTeoTeo finally figures it out. Takes it back another round. Gonna go for that defuse.
I mean, final man alive. Obviously, when they entered into a 2 versus 1 situation, you gotta come out on that. But Naf is just laughing out there. Knowing that they actually, that was a thrifty, right? They ran in with like stingers. Only 1 Vandal was bought, if I recall correctly.
Yep, it was only 1 Vandal. 1 Vandal, 2 stingers, 1 frenzy, and a sheriff. And it worked out so well in their favor. And this is the most interesting thing, right? We always talk about gun differentials, but sometimes it comes down to the skill on what you can bring to the table with what we can do with those guns. And Shiba understanding that he had a frenzy played with the smoke, and it worked so good.
Well, call it when you're coming back to normalcy, because it's been a while since I've seen all rifles and all full shields. Been a very long while. And we're on an equalized scoreline between these 2 teams. But of course, more creds on the BBP side. Gonna be a fast entry one in again. You talk about the name of the game is the defense has to push out, right? Seems to be nature, because that's to prevent flank. But what the flank you gotta talk about when all your team is playing together? This is just ultimates galore. Clearing in, trying to clear towers, and trying to take tower control. Invoke in first. Now the Shun trying to time his flash, but unfortunately Invoke is already down before he can even do anything. And the rest of BBP has got the sights of T3O in their eyes. Down 3 versus 3 there, but now comes out on top that will equalize it 2 versus 2.
So good from Banaf and his teammate. A 2-man push onto Arcade. Nice movement coming through here. The hold from Dizzy just a little bit better. He catches the final member off guard. The defuse and TeoTeoTeo, momentum back in their hands. Remember, this map is very momentum heavy, and BBP needs to win a 2-1. If TeoTeoTeo wins this, need 2-0. If TeoTeoTeo wins this, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. If TeoTeoTeo just wins this round and forfeits map 3, like BBP still loses. They're out of the tournament. Well, these are higher stakes than expected, by the way. Like, there's literally only one method. BBP has to win this 2-0 or they will not be advancing to playoffs.
I think, given the fact that how BBP is playing, so explosive, they can definitely feel the pressure on their shoulders. They're so close to Ascension. They want to be there if they can. But the smokes are out. This is a very aggressive push here from TeoTeoTeo. Fortunately, Nothing quite yet. They will go aggressive, but look at the hole from the other side. They don't know that DXN is there. Are they going to clear is the question. Yes, they do. Good for 2 at least.
No, different side. Shiba and Benev gotten kills on each side, but Don means he's gotten his death. I mean, he made his death worth, right? So 1-on-1, but still Invoke doing work. Really hasn't shown much in Ascent, but sometimes I feel like he's done some semblance of work in this map. Down 3 on 2 for this retake, and obviously the lockdown's gonna push some of them back. But it's enough for them to hide. They're in, jumping, of course. One is on the side. They're on default. He's in a lot of trouble, if anything, because Kairo's looking for a win. No, shoot, he's down. But Kairo, so much work for him.
Oh no, and that is timing. Shiba, that push, ballsy.
Is it enough time?
It is, I'm pretty sure. But
Yes.
what on earth was that? The push by both teams was just phenomenal. Shiba's timing was just better. If, say, Kairo decided not to use his ultimate, he might have won that.
Dude, Shiba is literally cool, calm, and collected. Every single clutch is done. He has the exact same stoic expression. Rarely a smile sometimes. But of course, an experienced player like him can kind of show and forecast how the round should go out into. And of course, the right decisions to push out. Can you imagine if it was just 1 second later? Nightfall might have done something different. And Kairo would have enough time to actually swing onto Shiba. Because Shiba was deafened, he wouldn't hear anything. These little micro decisions actually can change the outcome of the game. 2 more rounds in the first half will be done. 3 ults for BBP side, and their offense has been good thus far, but TeoTeoTeo has gotten a good read on how to predict BBP.
I think what's really good here is the fact that they are not allowing that space onto A main. This aggressive play works so good in their favor, but DXN will be the one getting 2. Nice little push here from Arcade. Will be sprayed out. He still gets in the end. 3 already in the pocket. They tried to get him 1 by 1, and this is a good isolate by DXN. The sprays come through. He knows exactly where everyone is. At least they are so aware of where to look for.
DXN is playing like the mind of a duelist. Like, he takes the space and holds it there, and then he becomes the sentinel of that spot. Like, sometimes places trap wire in time, the cage to isolate, 1 member or 2. And down this 5 versus 2 situation now.
Oh, Redla gets it just as the smoke went down. Invo was not ready for that, but the hold by DXN is just so much better. He can't ace. Unfortunately, Redla gets it, but Josh, again, ties up loose ends.
It's totally fine. Damage been done. As long as you leave that many members alive, you know that you're in a lot of trouble ending the first half here. PvP can still full buy, but if you look at TeoTeoTeo, no creds. But you can say that DZ does have overdrive that might do something. If Benev can steal a weapon with his showstopper, that might change the outcome of a game. These outs from TeoTeoTeo are extremely impactful if used correctly.
And so are Bikini bottom Pratahouses. Look at this Rolling Thunder. Can be the game changer that they need. But we saw earlier where TeoTeoTeo had all the ultimates, but they didn't pop all of it at all. They weren't able to. And with how separate and split these teams are playing, we're seeing more skirmishes, more small little aim duels instead of full all-out 5-man fights. Timing is really important here, and BBP understanding that TeoTeoTeo loves playing aggressive is okay. Just wait out those utilities. Look at how far back they're waiting, and immediately the Redla gets that first pick. The Rolling Thunder gets 1 more. Invoke just shoots Dizzy in the face, but Benev trades back with the showstopper, with the rifle. It doesn't matter about the overdrive when you have a judge.
Oh man, that was, I feel like mistakes were made from Invoke's side. Could have committed to the right click here. Redla, as sharp as he is, demonstrating why he is one of the ace players in the game itself. Finishes the round with a 7-5, reminiscent of the previous map, but in favor of BBP last map. Still close, I'd say. But the danger lies close. Every round we are inching closer to decide if BBP actually qualifies for top 6 playoffs.
I think that for this map is such a pendulum for both these teams. One team takes 4 rounds, and then finally they figure out to take back another 4. And that's just the nature of Fracture, honestly. Both teams just as aggressive. But I think for Bikini bottom Pratahouse, their change in pace, where they decide to wait for TeoTeoTeo to push up instead, has been very detrimental to them because they're getting pincered.
I feel like some of these rounds could have been cleaner, but they're so explosive, it's hard to predict the outcome when you can't really study all of their angles and all their positionings at the point of time. So this is Sand, some control, of course. Redla is being stunned by his own team, but that gives Cairo the window to snag one at least. He does some flashes and shoot, catches one just before the smoke goes down. Pretty good for him. Now he can reposition.
Look at this aggressive push from both teams here. Shiba already for 2, Brandon for 1 more. Looks so good for both teams in the beginning. It was a trade on trade, but that multi-frag just too much. Invoke
Spike planted.
from drop. Gets 1 more. Has to move away. Respect the aftershock.
Yeah.
It's a nice little crossover as well. He jumps down. The shot will mask his steps, but they do know he's down. But look at where they're looking at. Only good for 1. Shiba always, on the other end, comes up on top somehow.
Yeah, we got the confidence of your micro flicks. Get 1 tap and then flick to the other. But unfortunately, Invoke did get a nasty kill right underneath of drop, but that wasn't enough because when he is always finding himself in these 2 versus 1 situations where he loses out. It's just really unfortunate for Invoke.
Might be a little bit too aggressive. Timing might be on point sometimes as well.
Yeah.
Invoke's aggression and first frags is good. But in a lot of situations, he's only good for 1. But there are some hero moments we saw from Invoke just now, especially as Dizzy popped his ultimate for the overdrive. He stopped the worst for his teammates, the multi-frag that's about to happen. But Invoke, just as I was talking about how things can be detrimental, that shot onto Redla was just nasty.
Dude, straight up, Invoke was in for that moment. Wait, they pushed out, so it's outvoke.
Yeah, and this time around, they want to stop this push, and they have to go for that retake. But this aggressive gun round as well with the Phantom is a bit too much. DXN can pop hits, so can Shun. It's a nice trade. Gun, differential, doesn't really matter. The flash to come out, and it's a little bit too much for him to handle.
The flash, though, by the way, you gotta understand that Breach is so insane on this map. It's hard to play this without Breach, but that's why both teams the top fragger is Shiba, obviously, onto T3O's side. So this is the 9-5 that we wanted to see in Ascent that we didn't get to because TeoTeoTeo actually stole it away from BBP. But now Teo has this command. Like, this is stealing it away from BBP, potentially even forecasting the third map. That is split if we ever come to that. But, oh man, it's gonna be a long night, Tash. I'm telling you, if this really goes all the way.
Yeah, and all 3 maps were very pendulum-y. Just back and forth. And Dizzy, unfortunately, wasn't able to take that space. Not only was his vision denied, the utility is taken out of the way. They're not sure how many people are playing on main. And Invoke for 2!
What?
It was as though Invoke heard what I said. And he wanted to prove me wrong.
Hey,
36 HP left.
Hello, Invoke. Stop stream sniping. Absolute beautiful shots there. We'll take it. 2 crispy micro adjustments that whittle down TeoTeoTeo with his members alive. Of course, they have to still commit a site for a plant. And knowing that Fracture rotates pretty fast for defenders, they can wait for this amount. So they heard 2 series of gunfire up on A main. They are ready to go in, of course. Josh is getting burned out. It doesn't matter, though. Shun and Invoke putting in work. Triple kill for Invoke. They are on the hunt. They know that Brandon is there. They can even choose to pincer him, but no. They won't overcommit. They can just wait there.
They know it's 41 HP, but here's DXN. Will be found by Brandon. He's running out of time. He can't further rotate. He's gonna go for the reload at least. Gonna at least get the Constellation Surprise, which is the ult orb. They find him from 2 different areas. If he were to move, he's gonna run out of time. He can choose to save the gun if he wants to, but the jump shots just making it so hard. He's smiling there. He knows. And he's gonna say, yeah, maybe I should just go for the save, perhaps.
Smoke's down.
Yep.
Smokes are out, and that's gonna be the end of that.
Bye, have a good time.
Bye, have a good time.
Oh, you know what the worst part is? He would have heard the
zip
swing, right?
line. Yeah, he would have heard. Actually, with 3 seconds left, I think this might just be the play here. And I think for BBP... oh, he was trying to farm. That was smart. That was really smart. But coming back to this, I think that it's a big change in pace for BBP just now. Because we saw them playing aggressive, and they were pushing out so aggressively. And I think that this time around, they're saying that let's hold site instead. Let's not do what TeoTeoTeo did. Hold site and do not allow them access onto the site.
But isn't that what they did, which resembles some success though? Because what TeoTeoTeo did was to also push out occasionally on the defense and get some kills, right?
It worked so hard for them on defense. But for BBP, they're changing. They're not doing the same thing. They're holding site instead. And I think that it can be really good because it allows Invoke the survivability. He was able to get 3 frags.
But it also depends on where the rest of the members of BBP are to enable Invoke, because if he can get 1-2 raw kills, then it's good already. For TeoTeoTeo will be in trouble. But the thing is, Teo always plays together as a good team, so it's very hard for them to move. Look, tower in, and suddenly DXN addressed. One there on site to get this plant, and he's planted for super open. No one's actually pushing in just yet. And of course, I'm gonna see the rest of the members of BBP trying to coordinate his retake. All the smokes are used from Josh, by the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does not find him. Got debated, and with the knives as well, and the shorty, so nasty. Invoke on fire right now.
We need 5 POV cams because every one of TeoTeoTeo just flopped to the ground the moment that they appeared on site.
So you can see just now that the boom bot did not spot someone so close underneath of tower, and that was ultimately their demise because Invoke was able to grab 3 out of that. Because you think it was safe, they want to go for the reposition, and all I can say is,
shots up, shorty, pop, an updraft, and an instant knife to the head. This guy, this is his map.
no, I just want to say that probably should find a different positioning for the Roomba.
Do you know what my friend called the race boombot once?
What?
A race car.
Anyways.
That thing was so slow and so unintuitive. It is the exact opposite of a race car. So give more senses to the Roomba, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm surprised that BBP is keeping up even without the race.
Yeah, let's clear out at least main. This time around it's a different pacing for TeoTeoTeo. At least for BBP, they know there's someone up on to drop here. DXN and Cairo get 1 each. Brandon at least does find 1 a trade, if you may, and DXN for 1 more. Enough, not lying more. But look at Cairo's. The multi-frags from BBP is just allowing them to catch up here. That's exactly what I was talking about in terms of how aggressive it can be on defense. But BBP's defense is definitely not as aggressive as TeoTeoTeo's.
I lost count of how many kills that BBP has gotten through smokes to start off the round that actually changed the outcome of this. You gotta understand that every single player on this map is equally as important, just because you know your smoke's gonna get those angles, your flashes, your aftershock. The moment it clears an angle, your rest of the team is going to go in. And the best part is the more explosive entry technically would be on Benef and DZ. But right now, they're running into a roadblock of BBP because they are getting some lucky kills.
Oh, look at this aggressive push out here. Dizzy already with the overdrive. Just now he wasn't able to get that value, and again, he has been displaced. At least, can I even go for 1 more? This time around, it's Cairo that stops him. It's so unfortunate.
You know what's hilarious? Overdrive is not affected by a concuss. It doesn't stop, but he's so unfortunate. He couldn't land anything on the overdrive at all. Instantly addressed. Now, BBP got an upper hand. Josh repositioning, and we got the problem to come and get an assist. But Redla, super sharp, can he make it a double? But no, Josh is double right down, making a triple up. He will triple up, make it a quad. Now we will equalize now for BBP. TeoTeoTeo is gonna be shut down like this.
What is going on? The choke area that TeoTeoTeo was stuck in, and all Josh had to do was just spray. And they were so displaced, not only by the Rolling Thunder, but also by the Prowler. Look at how Josh played this. The flash comes out, they move out. They thought they could swing as the flash to come out, but it's just so unfortunate timing not on their side.
They really tried to capitalize on DZ's death. But the thing is that their overcommitment was exactly what spelled their doom there. I felt like a bit of reconvening and repositioning could have been fine. It could even rotate, but you should know that all of BBP is there and ready to receive. Big misplay there.
Different lineup for BBP. Shows a whole different team. Whole different set play. And Redla with the opening Nightfall as well to come through. Marked so many different people. They jump up just to kind of really bait them out, and DXN pushes out. They know exactly where he is. That's so smart. But Invoke was already lurking from the backside. Redla does put his ultimate, but look at where Shun is. BBP's lurks are just so very nasty. They want to force this issue. They want to take up the space, but Redla is not moving away at all from his lockdown. He knows that Cairo is so slow, but his teammate is there. Just for the displacement, finds 1. Can he go for 2? Not quite. Shun playing the long ring around the Rosie, takes it back, and BBP finally takes the lead.
How many rounds in a row now are you going to give BBP like this? It looks almost perfect. Just because of these streaks as well, you got to know that BBP will have weapons, and TeoTeoTeo is going to struggle on economy. It's hard to imagine that Teo will drop this round to PvP at all. If I call it a close game, yes, but I still had the favor for TeoTeoTeo going in because of experience. But sometimes I tend to forget that BBP has DXN and Shun, also veteran players in VCT in their own right. So with the lead of DXN at 21 frags, showing that BBP can close out. Like TeoTeoTeo cannot choke this right now.
Momentum is just too heavily on Bikini bottom Pratahouse side, and TeoTeoTeo is also not able to break it. But this time around, this is a change of pace for BBP. They don't usually push out this far. And I think what they want to do here is that they want to take the space and take those orbs, farm as many as they can, and use that to their advantage.
There was a Prowler that spotted at least one or two up there
the
onto
camera
satellite.
as well.
That's right.
Look
They are trying to play split for sure.
Oh man, they were waiting for BBP to push, and TeoTeoTeo read that so perfectly, losing two. This is not good. Invoke was one of the multi-frags. Shiba as well finds Shun. A different entry, so this time around, Cairo finds one, finds two, moves away. Shiba's so low.
Yeah,
Look at the fast lane.
He literally lives with 1 HP. If anything at all, Teo needs to take this one right now. Look at his position from Cairo. So open, so ready. Triple for him. Now he knows there's one up there, a drop. But it doesn't matter. They don't have to push the issue. Now they know. After hearing that flash, hearing that, you know there is a random Shiba there. Shiba doesn't want to compromise his positioning. He's playing it down to a T. But now, quad for Cairo. Even potentially an ace. But it doesn't matter. The DXN finishes it. 9-11 now for PvP.
It's honestly so smart in terms of positioning and timing as well. Because if you saw where Shiba was up there, he was relaying as someone in that corner. So he wanted to stay alive. What he can do is ask DXN to push out because they have no clue where DXN is.
You know what the best part was? They actually played it correctly. They played with Redla pushing out to put an alarm bot to see if anyone's a triple. And it was. But the thing is that they caught Shiba first, which was actually unfortunate. If Shiba would just waited just a little longer, then maybe play out the timer a bit. Maybe they had a chance.
Yeah, now 9-11 for BBP. The question is, can they close this out? In this situation for TeoTeoTeo on a deficit, unfortunately, they can either really rely on their aim and pop hits, and that's exactly what Brandon is trying to do. But he will eat a lot of damage from that ultimate. Josh Shun, one each as they push through the door. We wanted to see heads pop just now, but in this situation, they were not expecting the orbital strike to push up so early. Dizzy, all he can do is go for a consolation prize. Maybe steal gun. But Josh's push was a little bit too much. This is a very dominant round, only losing Invoke.
Match point.
Series point now for BBP. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be it. I know TeoTeoTeo's qualified, but the thing is that if BBP wins this, I mentioned, Todak is out. So they're looking strong here, both of these teams. They can shake hands, sing Kumbaya later when they go home, and have Hey Yakiniku after this too. I don't know. Are they still open? But they played it down super well. I am so happy seeing BBP's performances. But this is the last round where both teams have rifles. And it comes down to this full rush into arcade side. And they're not stopping. But Nav is up there and through the scan. And DXN finds up a Nav. He's still holding it. He's still, but he's found. Shiba, pretty good stuff here. And he's got Rolling Thunder.
This is really good. Unfortunately, BBP not able to take more. Cairo on aggression, DZ for 1. Cairo for 2. The multi-frags for this man is just insane. And Cairo gets 3. Just starting out 2-0. In favor of BBP.
We will not be seeing that map 3, man. Like, oh my god, these two teams.
I have to say that for this particular game here, BBP with the new roster may not have won the first time they debuted, but they got it right on the second time around.
Absolutely stellar performance there. I'm not even taking this away from TeoTeoTeo. Like from the start, since they're rebranding from Hey Yakiniku to here, like these are just players that have already stamped their name in history and it's so good. But you have to always remember for BBP that came out from relegation stage with Kizuna and now sharing the same stage with Kizuna among the other top 4 in the playoffs.
Honestly, what a game. The second series was honestly insane. From an overtime to a little bit more dominance is just so good for BBP as we go into this game. But let's talk a little bit about this team. And I have to say this all comes down to not only, I wouldn't say it was all set plays, but rather the individual. It's very, very scrappy if you think about it. It's very, not scrappy, it's not the right word. Skirmish. It's all about skirmishes. We're seeing all these fights happen throughout the map. If you look at the map, it's not like it's a 5v5 all over the map. It just goes pixel crossover. Maybe have a 2 versus 1 in one area, a 3 versus 2 on the other.
I already said that Fracture is already extra skirmish heavy because of how tight some of these spots are. But when we saw how these two skirmish it out in Ascent, skirmish plus skirmish, there's like, it's a superpolation on this, extrapolation. So when it comes down to what really matters, remember TeoTeoTeo had an advantage over BBP on the scoreline, 7-5 first half, and it felt that suddenly BBP just kept crawling up and kept TeoTeoTeo on that 9-point mark. Josh just played out of his mind on this. It's just clips of the clips.
Honestly, what's really great as well is that Josh and Cairo, I believe especially, even DXN, right? It was honestly just those multi-frags toward the end. DXN is usually getting those frags early, maybe 2 before finally going down, and then maybe we'll have Cairo or even Josh getting those 3 frags. Look, nice clutches to come through as well. Even in a 1v3 scenario, you would think, okay, that's the end, that's it. But sometimes they still manage just to get these insane clutches. And because of how these two teams play very aggressively, it's almost like seeing two bulls really just pushing each other off the cliff, right? And it's just so fun to watch how aggressive and how flashy each game or each round can be.
Usually we say tug of war, but I like your sentiment on this. It's two bulls pushing at it with each other because they really do share almost the same horsepower, the same fuel, the same energy, but still one will have to be the victor. 39 is a scoreline, and you know, we're not going to take it away. Like I said, TeoTeoTeo, they really forced it up. Overtime, by the way, in Ascent, triple overtime, made it close, but BBP came here for the showing.
But this is Fracture, which is BBP's map, and they're showing us why exactly they're so comfortable in the map on both attack and defense. It looks so very good. Well, TeoTeoTeo did have a little bit of an upper hand on defense, but it wasn't enough because what TeoTeoTeo did was pick defense first. There was already the benchmark that BBP needed to see what they needed to come up with in terms of strats and plays, and it worked so well in their favor. And coming to this also means that Todak will not be making it forward. But let's have a look at the MVP for this game, and I have a feeling it's going to be Josh. Let's see. No, it was DXN.
It has to be him, man. Like, not just this map, but even in the Ascent. I'm going to put him both together and be like, this man has done so much for his team. I mean, the Don, the God, the Godfather himself.
I mean, when you put him on a Sentinel, it just looks so good.
Yeah.
He's just so good on those lurks, those backstabs, as well as cutting players off mid-rotation. It looks so very well. His anchors are also very phenomenal, using his utilities, catching people off guard. And it's just so good. It really shows that in his competitive stance, even though he hasn't gone all the way to Asia Pacific, but it shows that his competitive experience does shine, especially with these newer players.
It's a new era, guys. Bikini bottom Pratahouse plus Kizuna are going to be seating up there. Of course, with Teo, X10, Bleed, Enigma. It's going to be a whole series of amazingness coming out in playoffs. But what a way to end today, ladies and gentlemen. It's been good. We don't have game 3, but it doesn't matter because those frags were impactful, those kills were memorable, and trust me, you will definitely not want to miss playoff when it comes on at the end of May.
It's going to be really exciting as we come through, and it's just really unfortunate there is no Malaysian team to come out, but perhaps next year might be Malaysia's year. Regardless, I'm pretty happy that we do still have some Malaysian players in. We have Zan, we have Riza. It's always very exciting to see these players at least come up on top regardless. So for MY, if I know the guys are very disappointed, but we do still have some Malaysian players in there, and it's honestly so surprising that these Malaysian viewers do not know that Singaporean teams have Malaysian players that are just so good.
Yeah, you know why? Because they're fishing all of our talents. You know why? Because we do have the talents. We do. But the thing is that other people are getting attention on us first, so we must nurture more. You know why? Because 2024, there will still be more VCT. Yes, I said it. It will be more for MYSG side. So you know what? Gear up yourselves because that is going to be more to come. And also Ascension, that's where our teams will be playing off in the near future.
Yes, that's right. But for now, this will be the end for our...
for group stages.
Yeah, for group stages.
It's the end.
I can't believe we've made it here. And honestly, this is really exciting when you think about it, because I was just saying from like how I came into casting last year, we saw these players and most of them were unsigned. And we did see the potential, but it was not this clean. And for a long time, we felt that MYSG was, really behind when it comes to the bandwagon. A lot of other teams were talking about it. But coming into this year, we saw so many orgs investing in our scene, and we saw so much improvements as we see more coaches come through. We're seeing mixed teams from so many different regions as well. And it's really exciting to see how the growth is for this region.
The moment you see external orgs from other countries foraying into MYSG, you know we got the we got the talent. We've got the dough. And you know who has the dough? Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, because they absolutely cooked today, man. You know what? In honor of them, I'm going to have so much prata. And you know one fun fact? Roti canai is called prata. In Singapore, they don't call it roti canai, but it's actually the same thing. But do you guys know that prata and roti canai is actually two different things? It's time to educate.
Let's have a look at the
educated standings, yes.
The updated standings for now, where the only team that is undefeated is Bleed Esports, going 7-0 with a 14 differential. Enigma so close behind was a 6-1. Kizuna Esports put themselves on third seed with 5-2, 4-3 for Ascent, and Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, because of that 2-0, put themselves ahead of TeoTeoTeo. Unfortunately, Todak and Louvre will not be able to make it, but honestly, good try by them, given the fact that Louvre, we've seen them pick up some players so very late as we go into Split 2. Honestly, I would say admirable effort, and for Todak as well, a reshuffle as well as a relocation as they go to Cambodia. Different commitments as well show that to us that they're juggling so many different things.
Yeah, that goes to show when these names pop up, and you know that it's not just pure Malaysian teams or Singaporean teams, right? You can have mix from both countries representing the same region, which is MYSG, up the way in Asia Pacific, and that's actually Ascension coming up. So I still am not too sure on the number of slots that we have for Ascension. I can hope for maybe 2 at best, but it's on the top contender spot. If you think Bleed is going to be one of them, then I hope that there's going to be a second spot. Enigma and X10 is good for the taking, but you know what? Take it home. Why not Kizuna if they can actually put up a challenge?
I think Kizuna is one of those teams that's always learning and improving as well, so don't write them off just yet.
Yeah.
But also don't forget, guys, that the 32nd SEA Games is coming out very soon, and this year, VALORANT is on the list of played games.
Yeah,
we have
exactly.
players and teams coming in from Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, and so on. So please do tune in. It will be also shown here on VALORANT_MYSG. So that will be it from us. For the group stages, Tash, Bunny, and Zeno, we are out, and I'm done with this pun for tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you for playoffs. It's been an absolute pleasure to be bringing you these group stages. Have a good night. We'll see you at the end of May for the starting of the playoffs of VCT MYSG.
Standing.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is, but G... He has to take it! Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Freezes!
The side beside the one more.
Oh!
Scary!
The damage is big! but San don't care. San wants more.
Oh, he's walking and boost that. Vera picking up 3.